Yes, it's me. A white mist was leaking from his mouth. Mole with a grin stood up from the ground, his body was trembling. The dry ice spread out in the basement, causing the temperature to drop instantly to the freezing point. Not just Mole, Jiang Chen noticed that his tactical helmet screen had gradually begun to precipitate with ice shards. However, these ice crystals were not bothersome, he was only a bit cold compared to the fog demon that had been duped by dry ice powder. This is the industry norm. Looking at the mole that moved to the corner, Jiang Chen smiled wickedly, the intelligence trafficker and cannibal. The intelligence trafficker is my side business. What could be more fun than killing people? Mole licked the corner of his mouth and drew 2 daggers from his pockets. He put them in front of his chest, like a cross. Yes, dry ice can indeed cause me problems, especially in this small place. While Mole said this, his eyes glanced at the door behind him. I didn't expect to encounter the same kind here. I don't think we are the same kind, Jiang Chen laughed. Oh. The ability to just disappear, you didn't get this when you unlocked the 3rd level of genetic code? Mole's pupils showed a look of interest, depressing his hoarse voice. If I'm not mistaken, you could only reappear where you disappeared, right? Hearing the words of Mole, Jiang Chen's clearly looked surprised. He didn't expect this guy's head to be quite clever, worthy of his role as an intelligence officer. Although he could not guess the essence of his ability to travel interdimensional, he instantly recognized the only weakness. However, even if he saw this through weakness, Jiang Chen also had the confidence to beat him. The tube he was holding vibrated, and a light blue laser blade emerged out of nowhere. Jiang Chen turned his wrist a few times. Any last words? I will write an epitaph for you. Upon seeing this, Mole's pupils contracted, but soon an emotionless smile appeared on his face. Since we both unlocked the 3rd level, you should not be naive to think that my power is only to mystify. Jiang Chen noticed that his face, which had been damaged by the dry ice, was gradually healing. It seems that the unraveling genetic code not only gave him super abilities and powerful physical qualities but also enhanced his natural healing ability. Mole's back was bent, and he lowered his body more and more. At the same time, the 2 daggers in front of the chest gradually formed into the shape of an X. Suddenly, a ray of light burst from his eyes, and the murderous vibe pierced toward Jiang Chen. At the same time, the 2 daggers drew a dark arc, and his sudden accelerated body dashed toward Jiang Chen. Go to hell. The light and shadows danced. The blue arc formed into a semicircle and slashed open the 2 dark shadows. There was no sharp metal sounds. Jiang Chen's pupil contracted slightly, and he saw that the 2 dark shadows instantly dodged his slash and turned into 2 ghosts stabbing toward him. Too late to hesitate, Jiang Chen activated his peerless ability. The laser sword in his right formed a circular arc, and the left hand took out the high-frequency vibrating particle dagger, slamming toward the air to his left side. Ping! Metal collision sounds echoed in the room. Although less powerful, the technological level was not comparable. Jiang Chen's particle dagger sliced through the dagger in Mole's hands without any suspense. Then another laser sword slashed to his face. The dagger was slashed in half, and Mole did not hesitate to throw the hilt at Jiang Chen's face, using the opportunity to force Jiang Chen to back down and to create distance. However, Jiang Chen did not give him a chance to breathe. He easily avoided the broken dagger. The trailing light on the laser sword formed a perfect curvature. With a light blade forming out from the blade, it spun and flew to Mole, just regaining his balance. Leaning to the side, Mole began to sweat profusely and barely escaped this fatal blow. However, he had not yet fully relaxed when a round of bullets arrived. Fu*K. Where did he get the gun from? Mole's pupils were almost bulging out. He remembered clearly that when Jiang Chen came out, he was empty-handed. Through the fog slashed out by the light blade, he temporarily activated Mystify. With the mist that had suddenly melted away, he flew 2 meters away and escaped the bullets. Jiang Chen's pupils were slightly zoomed, and his eyes were locked on the mole's escaping figure. The empty rifle was thrown away and the second submachine gun was taken out in a fluid motion. Emotions were stripped from his body. The brain was clearer than ever before, and fighting was as easy as breathing and drinking water. The spitting flames danced in the room, and the bullets looked like they were chasing behind Mole's buttocks. With nowhere to escape, Mole dove behind a surgery table, lifted it up onto his shoulders, and slammed it against Jiang Chen like a giant shield. However, before he could even take 2 more steps, together with the surgery table on his shoulder, he flew backwards as if he had been hit by a train. Blood spilled out of his mouth, and Mole along with the broken surgery table smashed into the wall. Clank! Jiang Chen threw away the power hammer in his hands, moved around his sore wrists. The pupils gradually recovered to clarity. Coughing blood, Mole covered his chest and looked at Jiang Chen who had come to his side. He moved his right hand and found that the hand had been fractured. "Looks like you many good things," said Mole, panting, and coughing out blood. "It's a pity that you won't have a chance to see all of them." Jiang Chen smiled, and with no nonsense, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! Rain of gunshots sounded and orange bullets covered Desperate Beach. As night fell, the crabs eager to move gradually gathered on the shoreline. Listening to the deafening gunshots, the survivors resisted the fear in their hearts and mechanically repeated the movements in their hands, dragging the cement bricks to the walls and applying cement. The first of the more than 50 defensive towers that had been built unleashed the firepower of the machine guns. The rear support placed out mortars and shells and fired electromagnetic pulse bombs at the beach. Ordinary rifle bullets caused little harm to the mud crabs, but the rain of bullets composed of machine guns was still a great deterrent to the mud crabs. 10 sets of power armor stood in front of the beach, swiftly rotating the barrel of the revolving machine guns, and venting out their fierce firepower. Of those power armors, the captain's Li Wang was among them. Personally dressed in T4 power armor, he took the lead and immediately boosted the morale on the front line, suppressing the mud crabs that landed on the beach along the shoreline. Just when they woke up from their hibernation, they were attacked. The mud crabs were immediately angered by this group of humans seeking death. Their 6 legs quickly moved under their thick armor as they rushed to those who opened fire. "Their shells are too thick. I think we should bring up the anti-tank cannons." In the bunker next to Li Wang, the deputy commander wearing kinetic skeleton reloaded and said through gritted teeth. "If we have that many anti-tank cannons." Li Wang moved away from the red-hot barrel and threw out the signal bomb in his hands. Not far away, in the direction of the expedition fortress, flame flared. Afterward, low-pitched buzzing roared and countless rockets fell from the sky, covering the entire battlefield and turning the beach into a sea of flames. The fire engulfed the mud crabs and even melted the sand. The soldiers stopped shooting and lowered their muzzles, watching the mud crab that had just been submerged in the sea of fire. Their pupils showed no sign of ease at all. Even if all NAC's airships were mobilized to this supply line, it would be impossible for this fire to burn continuously. The mud crabs were temporarily suppressed by the fire and returned to the sea. Their small, dark green eyes flashed fierce hatred. They waited eagerly for the fire to extinguish. Yes, no fire could burn forever. The terrifying blood hole was printed on the forehead of the fog demon, the vicious pupils gradually faded, and the cold basement returned to silence. Confirming that the guy was dead, Jiang Chen only then put away his weapon and slowly felt relieved. The guy's fighting power was indeed impressive, and the 2 daggers were like shadows. If it weren't for his peerless ability, he did not have the confidence to win the duel. The light of the flares were flickering, resembling the person that just died. Using the flickering light, Jiang Chen noticed a necklace hanging from his neck. Out of curiosity, Jiang Chen bowed down and took the silver chain out of his pocket. It was a rusted soldier's card. Only 3 words could be seen. Qin Chuan, Captain. Turning it over, small twisted words were scribbled on the back of the soldier's card. Code, mole, he didn't say anything. Silently, he put the chain back into his pocket and closed his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that in the pocket of Captain Qin Chuan, there was something that resembled a notebook. The crumbled notebook was taken out and Jiang Chen flipped through it. Apart from the hidden code that he couldn't understand, he found a pen-drawn map. The location of the map seems to be within the resort. What will be there? With hesitation, Jiang Chen threw the notebook back into the storage dimension. Anyway, since most of the troubles were solved, it would not be a big deal to take a look along the way. Returning to the nuclear power plant, Jiang Chen told the underground survivors that the fog demon had died. At first hearing this news, their first reaction was disbelief. Afterwards, they voted for 2 delegates that stepped into the elevator in a heroic manner and went to the surface to confirm whether the fog demon was really dead. Jiang Chen didn't bother with the slow survivors. He found Zhao Tianyu and also told the news to the people of Fallout Shelter 079. Dead? Really? Zhao Tianyu looked at Jiang Chen blankly. More than 100 people have been killed by that guy with only 20 left. He really couldn't imagine Jiang Chen killed the terrifying devil by himself. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded and looked to Zhao Tianyu. Those survivors are planning to go to the surface, but before that, they intend to send a representative to explore the surface first. What about you? What's your plan? Zhao Tianyu pondered for a moment. He didn't answer Jiang Chen's question, but began to speak abruptly. You are not from Fallout Shelter 079 nor a mercenary who is working for Yuan Yi. Am I right? Oh. Why do you say that? After being identified, Jiang Chen did not deny it, but looked at him intriguingly. Because Yuan Yi could never find such a strong helper. I don't plan to return to the Fallout Shelter for the time being. Maybe I'll go back later. If my computer's calendar is correct, tomorrow should be March 1st, the first day of the month of disaster. The door to the Fallout Shelter will close at 12 o'clock tonight, and even if we go back now, we won't be able to get through the door. Although he was deceived, Zhao Tianyu's did not look upset at all, but he looked at Jiang Chen genuinely and thanked him. Anyway, you solved the trouble outside for us, and I owe you one. Regarding Zhao Tianyu's promise, Jiang Chen only smiled and did not put too much weight on it. He was the NAC general. What could the head of a mercenary of more than 20 people do for him? What concerned him was that, unknowingly, it was already the 28th. There is no sunlight in the ground. If he didn't look at his watch, the feeling of time was almost non-existent. After Jiang opened the watch, he discovered that it was already 11 o'clock at night. He didn't know how the expeditionary force was doing over there. Tomorrow is the month of disaster, and I have to take my people and make preparations. I won't stay with you for the time being. If you are here for the generator set at the nuclear power plant, I could give you half the nuclear fusion generators, including the deuterium fuel. Zhao Tianyu's generosity made Jiang Chen feel a little surprised. He was still thinking about how to distract them so he could secretly move a few nuclear fusion generators from the Clearwater nuclear power plant. However, he did not think Zhao Tianyu would mention it first. This is your deserved reward. You solved the problem for us. I can't let you leave empty-handed, Zhao Tianyu said genuinely. There were hundreds of tons of fuel stored in Clearwater nuclear power station. Enough for Taipei to use for several years, not to mention the small settlements of just more than 1,000 people in this area. With the pre-war storage technology, these deuterium would not be depleted by natural decay even after they have been stored for centuries. That means that in the next few hundred years, this settlement would not have to worry about energy. Zhao Tianyu very keenly guessed that Jiang Chen was thinking about the nuclear power station, or else he would not come here in the first place. In that case, it would be better to offer half of the generators on their own initiative to gain a favor. Graciously accepting his kindness, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Your generosity will bring you good luck. I hope so. Zhao Tianyu laughed heartily. There are nuclear physics experts among the survivors. I will convince them to help you bring the generators and deuterium storage tanks to the surface. But I suggest that you wait until the month of disaster is over to leave. There is no place safe on the entire island. The mud crabs won't hurt me. Jiang Chen shook his head and declined his good intentions. He smiled and said, I'll try to think of a way to move the generators. I will have to count on you on the disassembling process. After bidding farewell with Zhao Tianyu, Jiang Chen rested for a night in his room. The next day, Zhao Tianyu came to see him and told him that 5 nuclear fusion generators had been dismantled and transported to the surface. Not only that, but he also found a still usable truck near the resort's warehouse and loaded Jiang Chen's nuclear fusion generators and storage tanks. Before bidding goodbye, Zhao Tianyu gave him a USB. Inside is a blueprint of a nuclear fusion generator and the Clearwater Nuclear Power Plant Management Program. I asked the nuclear physics scientists to make you a copy. Perhaps you will be able to use them. That's amazing. Jiang Chen smiled and accepted the USB in his hand. Take care, will we meet again with luck? Zhao Tianyu extended his hand and solemnly bid farewell to him. Take care. Jiang Chen shook his hand and released it. Then he suddenly mysteriously smiled and added a sentence. It may not be long before we will meet again. Leaving this sentence that made Zhao Tianyu confused, Jiang Chen headed in the direction of the elevator. The fog that lingered around Dayton Mountain still did not disperse, but the fear that had been hidden in the fog disappeared. More than 20 years have passed, and many people have already entered the prime of life from their childhood, moving from their prime to old age. When they saw this once picturesque resort, reminiscing the good times before the war, and watching its rundown state now, it was hard to avoid being depressed. Many people even hid their faces and began to cry. Their cry was like an elegy, mourning the death of civilization. As for those who were born in the nuclear power plant, because it was the first time they saw the outside world, they expressed more yearning rather than despair compared to their parents. Once they thought that Clearwater Nuclear Power Plant was the entire world, and the Mushroom Garden was paradise. Now they have discovered that the world is so vast and covered in green in every inch of the Dayton Mountain. Without bothering with these survivors and after leaving the hospital, Jiang Chen took out the maps he found on Captain Qin Chuan from the storage dimension. Before leaving, he intended to go to the location on the map first. Maybe he could find some interesting things there. For example, the secret of unlocking the 3rd level of the genetic code. On the 1st of March, the month of disaster arrived on schedule. Mud crabs began to awaken from hibernation one after another and emerged from the shallows. They began to move on to the beach. Hunger and breeding biological instincts drove these creatures forward. Any other creatures would not be foraging. Even the dead claws would not dare to appear in front of these monsters that consumed everything. On Desperate Beach, piles of triangular spines tied with graphene ropes were placed on the beach. The wooden stakes were connected by barbed wire, just like countless tank traps. This was the idea Li Wang's deputy commander came up with. Although it looked stupid, it was surprisingly effective. These stakes may not be able to stab through the shells of the mud crabs, but they were heavy and strong enough to impede their movement. For a creature like the mud crab with short legs, either they remove the entire stake or push the stakes forward in the sand. Before the wall is built, they could only use this method to stop the footsteps of the mud crabs. The supply line from Izhou to Wanghai was too long and the number of Fireball 1 was limited. Therefore, artillery coverage must be used in critical areas. NAC's soldiers attacked the mud crabs trying to cross the line behind bunkers and stakes. More and more wooden stakes were placed on the beach to gain time for the construction of the wall. The artillery intermittently fired toward the beach and provided soldiers with a slight chance to catch their breath in the front line. In the expeditionary fortress, with the exception of artillery soldiers and a small amount of logistical personnel, non-combat units had begun to evacuate to the airship. Lin Lin looked pale in the cockpit of AS Order when she gazed at the direction of Desperate Beach. The wave made up by mud crabs formed a dark green steel turbid that squeezed through the NAC soldiers' defenses. Her small hands tightly squeezed in front of her chest before fixating to the direction of Dayton Mountain. The small lips repeatedly whispered the same sentence. Big pervert. Please be safe. It was a log cabin next to the resort's Clearwater Lake. Until he saw the rusty sign, Jiang Chen did not know why the name of the nuclear power plant was not called the Dayton Nuclear Power Plant, but instead, Clearwater. While there were houses everywhere, for some strange reason, he chose to build this wooden cabin by the lake. Pushing open the decaying wooden door, a damp, musty smell blew into his face. Jiang Chen walked into the house and examined the layout. Pots and pans were all available, but it didn't look like someone lived there. The corners of the cabin were filled with thick cobwebs. Moss and mushrooms grew wildly. The foot-sized cockroaches quickly escaped into their caves, revealing the desolation of the area. There were a pile of nutrient supply beside the cabinets and some pickled mud crab roe. Evidently, this place was his hiding place during the month of disaster. If he didn't enter the shelter, it was a good place to take refuge. A diary was placed on the table in the wooden house with its pages already turning yellow. Jiang Chen picked up the diary, shook off the dust on the cover, and turned to read the contents of the diary. This diary was written after he was expelled from the nuclear power plant, and it recorded his adventures over the years. Unlike the notebook on which the map was drawn, the text recorded in this diary was very neat, and the writing style was very delicate. It was difficult to associate the diary with the murderous demon. When betrayed by the people he once guarded, he moved from neutral good to chaotic evil. Instead of suppressing the desire for blood, he followed this desire and perfectly played the role of fog demon. He used the status of an intelligent trafficker to throw off the bait and hunted every survivor near Dayton Mountain that fell into his trap. However, Captain Qin Chuan, Mole, Fog Demon, and the man with triple identities eventually died in the secret doorway he guarded. On the last pages of the diary, Jiang Chen finally found out about the third-level genetic code he was looking for. According to his description, when he ate the 100th heart, a strange mutation appeared in his body. He took the instrument from the hospital, and conducted genetic sequencing with his own blood, and finally found that his V127 gene mutant, the cannibalism gene, had further mutations that stimulated the hidden gene to unlock the third-level genetic code. Eating people to evolve. This is *T right. Jiang Chen could not help but scorn as he put down the diary. It seemed that the way everyone evolved is not the same. The reason why Boyu evolved to the third level was probably based on believers' beliefs, and the reason why this fog demon evolved was because of cannibalism. Jiang Chen could not help but think about what his path would be to the third level. After leaving the diary in the wooden cabin, Jiang Chen found the blood sample he used for gene sequencing and left. Returning to the resort, under the leadership of the guard sent by Zhao Tianyu, he found the truck containing 5 nuclear fusion generators. The generators were not as big as he thought, and each tank was the size of a wardrobe. 5 generators and more than a dozen storage tanks filled the truck perfectly. Without leaving too many farewell words, Jiang Chen took the keys of the truck and drove down the hill. In the fog, visibility was low, so Jiang Chen drove extremely slowly and carefully. Driving halfway down the mountain, he looked into the rearview mirror and confirmed that no one followed and stopped the truck on the side of the road. After getting out of the truck, he put his hand on the nuclear fusion generators and moved the generators into the storage dimension. After transporting the full truck of things back to the modern world, Jiang Chen temporarily put them in the backyard of his mansion on Koro Island, and then found Aisha, who was at the gym. "Did you take care of everything on the other side?" Gently wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel, Aisha walked toward Jiang Chen and asked softly. "Almost finished. Help me to do one thing. I left 5 machines in the backyard and more than a dozen barrels of nuclear fuel. Get the ghost agents to come and ship them to the underground facilities of New Moon Island. Leave it up to me. Aisha nodded. Jiang Chen didn't want to have enough nuclear fuel in the backyard of his home to flatten the entire island. Although nuclear fuel storage technology in the 22nd century was safe, it would be a mental hurdle for him. After Aisha went out, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a wave of hunger. So, he went to a kitchen where he had a box of pasta and a bottle of champagne. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he devoured through his food before he returned to the apocalypse. Hold the defense. Hold on. The beach was filled with flying rockets and the roars of soldiers. The corpses of mud crabs were everywhere and formed charred briquettes on the beach. However, mutants naturally did not fear. The death of a companion not only didn't force them to retreat, but instead aroused their fierceness. On several occasions, the mud crabs darted through the NAC's line of defense. Soldiers wearing kinetic skeletons had to fight at close range and use their flesh to block the flood of mutants. They had to wait for Fireball 1 to cover the battlefield to destroy the mud crabs that broke through the defense. After that, they put the stakes back up. After the whole day of battle, when dusk arrived, the attack of the mud crabs finally slowed down. Perhaps it was because the mud crabs that ended their hibernation had all been wiped out while the remaining mud crabs chose to lurk in the water, waiting for more companions to wake from their hibernation, and then launch an offensive attack against the defensive line on Desperate Beach. On this day, the ammunition NAC unleashed on the beach could pile up in a small hill. Li Wang opened the mask of the helmet and collapsed on the chair. He took the nutrient supply from the logistical staff and chugged 2 tubes. He had fought in the front line for a whole day and didn't drink a single drop of water until now. At this time, the deputy commander stepped forward and reported to him the status on the front line. From early morning until now, we have used 107 cases of ammunition. The remaining ammunition is only enough to last 2 more days. What about the wall construction? There is still 10% progress remaining. Li Wang nodded. With the current momentum, it should be completed by noon tomorrow. Looking into the horizon far away, the waves rolled up along the beaches to form countless white bubbles. He didn't know whether it was a tidal wave or the foam that was being spat out from the mud crabs that awakened. No one knew how much time mud crabs would give them to breathe. However, after the soldiers finished drinking their nutrient supply, they went to the beach to find crab roe. They returned to their positions, started a bonfire, and used branches to cook the roe. In normal times, they would definitely enjoy it with some fine booze, but this time obviously did not permit them to celebrate with alcohol. After finishing the roe in their hands, they once again brought their rifles back to the front and waited for a new round of offensive attacks while gaining some valuable rest time. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Wang convened the subordinates in the command room and made adjustments to the frontline deployment. At this moment, a person picked up the curtain of the command room and walked into the barracks. "General." Seeing the person who came in, Li Wang suddenly opened his eyes in joy and welcomed him. "Great! You are finally back." After Ms. Lin returned from the Dayton Nature Park, Li Wang had been worried about the safety of Jiang Chen. If it weren't for the frontline that couldn't allow him to spare the manpower and Jiang Chen personally ordering him to not worry, he was ready to send someone to look for him. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. He immediately asked about the situation on the front line. "How's situation up there?" "It's very grim. There are too many mud crabs, but we managed to finish 80% of the project before the early morning of February 28th. We can complete this wall before tomorrow at the latest," Li Wang said, definitively. "What are the casualties?" Jiang Chen asked about the issue he was most concerned about. 7 dead and 5 injured. There were some mutated mud crabs that spat out corrosive acid. The main casualties are caused by those mutants. 7 dead and 5 injured. This casualty figure was still within the acceptable range. Jiang Chen was relieved. If they couldn't hold on, he still preferred to temporarily withdraw from the island and wait until the summer solstice to return to complete this line of defense. Although he would like to begin the construction of a space elevator earlier, if it caused the expeditionary force to suffer a large number of casualties, this would inevitably be a lost cause. I'll let Wang Qing settle the family members of our fallen soldiers. I'll have to count on you for this line of defense, Jiang Chen said. Roger. Li Wang saluted and then paused for a moment. He then said, there's one more thing I have to report to you. What happened? Jiang Chen stopped. Some time ago, the survivors were incited by people with ulterior motives. A strike almost completely stalled the project. Based on my investigation, those with ulterior motives were precisely the moles sent by Fallout Shelter 79. Moles? Jiang Chen slightly narrowed his eyes and anger flashed in his eyes. Fu*K, my people are on the front line are defending you. But you are playing small tricks in the back, and plotting against the wall. They are simply tired of living. Li Wang looked at Jiang Chen and quietly waited for his orders. First, defend this line of defense. Then, divide 200 people to take over town number 79. What about the fallout shelter? Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised and he sneered. We will not kill those who surrender. As for not surrendering, go to hell. After delegating Li Wang with the defense measures, Jiang Chen circled around the front line and put his presence in front of the officers and soldiers. When they saw the commander personally appear at the front line to supervise the war, the exhausted soldiers' morale climbed to a new peak, and they vowed to keep their position guarded and never retreat. For the general who unified Suong province, the survivors who had been wandering around on the wasteland were revered from the heart. The personal worship had even transformed into a kind of faith. After all, in land without religion, there was not much that could be used as spiritual dependence. Without staying too long on the beach, Jiang Chen returned to the airship. When he boarded the airship, Lin Lin was standing in the cockpit and looking out the window. It was dark and 2 days had passed. However, Jiang Chen did not return. Although she knew that Jiang Chen would be fine, she could not help but worry if he would been in trouble in the mountains. At this moment, she heard the door open behind her. Lin Lin turned around. The pair of red and black-colored eyes suddenly bloomed with the color of joy. But soon, she reluctantly hid this euphoria and scorned. Are you finally back? The change of expression was too rigid. If you were worried, just be straightforward. Worrying about people is not a bad thing. What's there to hide? Jiang Chen did not say anything. Smiling, he went to her side, reached out beside her head, and magically took out a USB from thin air and handed it to her. I can't read the model. In short, this is the nuclear fusion generator blueprint from Clearwater Nuclear Power Plant. It is compatible with 3 kinds of nuclear fuels, deuterium, tritium, and helium-3. There is also a management AI for nuclear power facilities. I would like to count on you for integration. Ahem, I won't do free. She took the USB from Jiang Chen's hands. Lin Lin just wanted to give him some attitude. However, before she said anything, Jiang Chen laughed and stuffed a box of mango pudding in her hands. Being so predictable, Lin Lin's face turned red and she looked away. Sorry for making you worried. Jiang Chen smiled and rubbed her little head. Don't eat too much at night and don't stay up too late. Lin Lin responded, mumbling while her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Before she even realized, Jiang Chen had left the command room. Looking in his direction, mist covered her eyes. After a long time, that petite mouth only murmured one word. Idiot. The airship was not the most stable platform. Jiang Chen did not dare to activate interdimensional travel on top of a floating ship. On a side of caution, he returned to the fortress. His private force strongly opposed of this. If the front line failed to hold, it would be extremely dangerous to stay on the ground. However, he insisted on doing so. There is a 2-kilometer distance from Desperate Beach to the fortress. Is the mud crabs loaded with rockets on their feet? I believe Li Wang can hold them down. Even if he disappoints me, I don't believe that the buffer distance of 2 kilometers is not enough for me to move to the airship. Jiang Chen said to his captain. However, to his surprise, after hearing that he planned to return to the surface, Lin Lin also insisted on returning to the surface. As for the reason. You're planning to go back for the generator, right? In this case, if I stay in your room, I'll report the situation to you in time in the event of an emergency. Even if your guards knock on your door, someone will be inside. Lin Lin told Jiang Chen. Under everyone's sly gaze, Jiang Chen took Lin Lin and stayed in the same room. However, nothing worth blushing happened inside. Jiang Chen went to the modern world immediately and left the little girl alone. The time axis was synchronized. Even if there was a time difference of 1 or 2 hours, it was also night time in the modern world. Sitting up on the bed, Jiang Chen checked his watch. It was already 10 at night. Aisha's sleep schedule followed a strict routine. If he was not at home, she would be asleep or taking shower at this time. Sure enough, when Jiang Chen walked to the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor, he heard the sound of falling water and saw the graceful and petite body behind the frosted glass. There was a smirk on his face as he gently stepped toward the bathroom and pushed open the door. There was a short-lived scream, but it was quickly submerged by the sound of splashing water. With a few moans, the wonderful music played from the bathtub to the bedroom. Aisha used her tenderness to remove all the fatigue from Jiang Chen's body. The next day, when Jiang Chen woke up, Aisha had already snuck out from his arms and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for him. But when he came to the kitchen, he saw the little girl wearing only an apron while bringing the delicious omelette to the table. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen subconsciously gulped, but did not do anything. He still had plans today. If he was so corrupt in the early morning, he won't be able to step outside. Sensitively aware of Jiang Chen's thoughts, Aisha returned to the bedroom and put on a less attractive dress. She came to the dining room and sat beside him. The things have been shipped to the underground facilities of New Moon Island. Excellent. I have to leave in a bit. Need me to help? Aisha asked. Jiang Chen sent the omelette into his mouth and swallowed. He smiled. It's not a particularly troublesome thing. But if you want to, come along. Nuclear fusion generators have already arrived, and the power grid in Penglai City will also turn into a zero-pollution, environment-friendly city with nuclear power as the main source of power and supplemented by wind and solar power. This time he was going to New Moon Island to install the nuclear fusion generator in Penglai City. At the underground facility, Jiang Chen along with Aisha went to the highest security warehouse. In this empty room, he saw the machine that would turn the world crazy, nuclear fusion generators. Commanding construction robots to transfer the 5 nuclear fusion generators to the droplet. Jiang Chen and Aisha boarded the droplet and exited underground, heading towards Penglai. Because Penglai's debut was so spectacular, it inevitably brought the attention of intelligence organizations from all over the world. In order to prevent these spies from stealing information inside Penglai, Celestial Trade patrolled day and night on the sea near the island and deployed life signal detection devices on the seabed. Through layers of security recognition procedures, the possibility of infiltration from under the sea was completely eliminated. However, these identification procedures were only aimed at others. For Jiang Chen, the owner of the island, these things did not exist. In close proximity to Penglai City, Jiang Chen presented his identity certificate through 3-phase identification methods of iris, voice, and fingerprint. He soon obtained an entry permit. A staff member who had been on the island for a long time opened the submarine hatch and waited for the droplet to enter. Then the second hatch was opened to allow it to float into the submarine harbor in Penglai City. Feng Kaiping, the person in charge of Penglai City, came to greet him. Jiang Chen was direct and asked him. Put aside all ongoing work and temporarily remove the staff members below level permission from the lower levels of the 20th, 21st, and 22nd floors of the sea temporarily. In addition, get the person in charge of the power system to see me. I have something to explain to them. All of the staff below, were temporarily removed, leaving virtually no one on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd floor. However, Feng Kaiping did not hesitate at all. Jiang Chen's face told him that it was not a joke, but a truly important matter. Soon, Zhang Haiwang, Penglai City's electric power minister, came into the harbor. He felt that he made a mistake somehow and looked at Jiang Chen anxiously. However, Jiang Chen's first sentence removed any of his concerns and put him in a state of astonishment. Cancel the tidal power generator project under construction and the seaweed plantation project. Cut the number of wind turbines by half, also, solar power panel construction can be stopped too. Zhang Haiwang was silent, then he asked in a trembling voice. President, are we out of money? Money? Jiang Chen took a second to process before he started laughing. You're thinking too much. It's something different. Speaking of this, he put on a serious face and looked at Feng Kaiping and Zhang Haiwang, who were standing in front of him. From now on, what I'm going to explain next is Future Group's highest level of confidentiality. You know what this means. If you leak anything, you don't even have the opportunity to hire a lawyer to defend yourself. The two held their breath. They knew very well what this means. If it were an ordinary commercial secret leak, the maximum punishment would be a fine, unless it resulted in serious losses for the company. In this case, this would lead to prosecution for criminal responsibility. However, Future Group was not purely a business organization, at least not in Xian. President, you're being funny, our loyalty can be seen by heaven and earth. Feng Kaiping was the first to react and quickly expressed his loyalty. Yes, right. That's right. Although Zhang Haiwang, who is usually more talkative, stuttered, he still quickly complied. You shouldn't be too nervous, Jiang Chen smiled. After a pause, he slowly said, from today on, Penglai City's power grid will be focused on nuclear power, and 5 nuclear fusion generators will be responsible for its power supply. Zhang Haiwang, the electric power minister, was stunned. Nuclear energy? He thought he was mistaken. Xian was not a nuclear-armed state, without even a nuclear power station. Where did the nuclear energy come from? Wait. A light flickered in his head, he suddenly made out the more astonishing news from Jiang Chen's words. Nuclear fusion, generators. He subconsciously looked at his watch and his expression was even more peculiar. What the foo asterisk K? Today is not April Fool's Day. Nuclear fusion generators, the more technical term should be nuclear fusion reactors. The closet-sized generator was hard to compare with the house-sized reactor in a nuclear power plant. However, nuclear fusion reactors in the 22nd century were this size. Although not as miniature as Iron Man Tony's reactor on his chest, these 5 fusion reactors were still unimaginable miracles for the current technological capability. Yes, phenomena that cannot be described with existing knowledge can only be described as miracles. It was Penglai City's electric power minister, Mr. Zhang Haiwang, who lost his ability to reason at this moment. When he saw the generators being deployed into the power room, personally connecting them to the power grid, personally putting the storage tank in place, personally pressing the test run switch. He felt for a split second that his decades of learning was no different from a primitive man that never learned the concept of school. A single generator was enough to meet the lighting needs of the entire city. 2 generators were enough to supply the electricity demand of the entire city. The remaining 3 were used only as backups, when the other 2 generators fail or require maintenance. However, this situation would hardly appear. Clearwater Nuclear Power Plant was a strategic reserve facility, the safety and self-running capabilities of the reactors were considered top priority. Designers had already solved these possible problems during the planning phase. After completing the nuclear fusion generator placement, the staff members were allowed to re-enter the closed floors. Everyone was guessing why the 3 floors were temporarily closed, but no one could guess why. Can I ask about the cost of producing these deuterium? I'd like to set new electricity prices. When the placement work was completed, Zhang Haiwang asked another key question. Cost? That would be a difficult problem because Jiang Chen did not spend a penny on these nuclear fuels. After considering it for a moment, Jiang Chen said. The production cost is difficult to calculate. I can't give you an accurate figure. But one thing is certain, the cost of nuclear fusion power generation is only 1/10 of that of wind power. As for the electricity price, you can refer to the electricity price of Coral Island and lower the price based on that. But externally, claim that the future group will implement electricity price subsidies for Penglai City. Nuclear fusion power generation technology was a confidential matter and naturally cannot be disclosed to the public. The cancellation of the current tidal power generators and seaweed projects were apt to give rise to suspicion, but it was not enough to make people think of nuclear energy, nor nuclear fusion. After all, Jiang Chen could make something up to the media. He would say that Penglai has adopted the latest tidal power generators installed in every corner of Penglai and invested however many billion. It would ultimately be his words that count in the end. As for the spies who come to the island, it would the work of ghost agents and not his concern. After completing the work with nuclear fusion generators, Jiang Chen and Aisha left Penglai. However, he did not immediately return to New Moon Island, but opened up the panoramic imaging function. The 4-sided curved wall formed into transparent glass. The 2 in the droplet felt like they were standing in a transparent droplet of water. Jiang Chen accelerated the speed droplet to the maximum. He took Aisha and enjoyed a swift and smooth ride under the sea. After playing for a while, he returned to New Moon Island before noon and parked the droplet in the underground facility. After returning home, Jiang Chen asked Aisha to prepare lunch for 3 people. The extra one was prepared and packaged for Lin Lin. Lin Lin did not contact him. It meant that the situation on the front line was not too bad. It seemed that Li Wang did not let him down and successfully hold the line of defense on Desperate Beach. As the result, the last thing he needed to do in Ezhou was transfer the space elevator base. After lunch, Jiang Chen returned to the room and took a nap. At about 2 o'clock, he returned to the apocalypse. When his return to the apocalypse, there was a triumphant cheer at Desperate Beach. After more than 40 hours of intense battle, the wall was finally completed. The soldiers who were on the front line, on the beach, began to withdraw in batches and climbed onto the cement wall. The mud crab's shell was thick and heavy, their teeth and pliers were sharp, but they did not have the ability to climb walls. The 4-meter-high wall was simply an insurmountable iron wall for these creatures. As long as several machine guns and a dozen shooters were allocated to each wall, the mud crabs on the edge of the wall would be cleared in time. The mud crabs would never be able to cross the line of defense. After the wall was completed, the survivors were equally relieved and collapsed on the ground. As soon as the time turned to March 1st, the door of Fallout Shelter 79 closed based on schedule. All the people who still had ulterior motives immediately stopped. If the wall could not be completed in time, NAC people may not die, but they absolutely have nowhere to escape. Fortunately, the wall was completed before that point. When everything was over, even they themselves were in disbelief that the month of disaster this year, the nightmare for the island, was stopped like that. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, reinforcements from Wanghai arrived at the battlefield. At this point, NAC had deployed more than 2,000 troops to the island. 1,000 soldiers were stationed on the wall in front of Desperate Beach. Another 1,000 entered the city with Tiger II tanks and took control of town number 79. When the NAC soldiers were seen by survivors, they welcomed the soldiers into the town with cheers. These people were the poor survivors that did not have enough crystals and they were rejected by the Fallout Shelter. Compared to the unrequited Fallout Shelter 79, the name NAC was naturally more prestigious. Li Wang ordered 100 soldiers to set up a line of defense at the entrance of the Fallout Shelter and blocked the only entrance. Since they dared to cause trouble for the wall, they could not blame NAC's ruthlessness. With the establishment of the fence, NAC took over the line of defense in the northern part of the island, and Fallout Shelter 079 also had no need for its existence. As a result, the name of the township was also changed to Izhou Town and was included in the economic zone of the NAC. The management model was still local people who managed the locals. The NAC would assign the executive officer to supervise and the garrison to maintain law and order. As for who the mayor should be, Jiang Chen already had a candidate. He sent someone to Dayton Nature Park and asked if Zhao Tianyu had any interest in being the mayor. After learning about the situation outside, Zhao Tianyu didn't hesitate at all and accepted Jiang Chen's invitation. Before arriving in Izhou and seeing Jiang Chen, he still couldn't believe who he had thought was an ordinary mercenary but was actually the general of NAC. However, the fact was that, after confirming this point, while being shocked, he felt like he dodged a bullet. Fortunately, he did not do anything hostile, otherwise he would not be invited to become the mayor now. As for the NAC's decision on Fallout Shelter 079, he also expressed his acceptance. 5 years ago, he was not particularly favored in the Fallout Shelter. 5 years later, he naturally had little loyalty left for the director. After these trivial matters were settled, Jiang Chen then got in touch with the people at the White Beluga station and agreed to transfer the space elevator to the western beach of Izhou Island. The space elevator base, which was the size of several football fields, was disassembled into smaller pieces and were then packaged in containers and dropped to the bottom of the sea. In addition, they also collected and shipped the rail wreckage. In order to transport these things to the modern world, Jiang Chen spent a full 2 days. Over these 2 days he was on the sea floor almost every day, busy moving these treasures to the other world. Graphene technology had made a breakthrough and Future Group has already established the theoretical basis for building a space elevator. Now with these garbages help from the 22nd century, controlling the space elevator, the key to the era of the universe, was finally on the agenda. In the modern world, 237 nautical miles east of Eng Island was Xian's territorial border. Going further southeast was the vast international territory without a single island nearby. However, because of the recent application for the mining of manganese nodules, Future Mining used a construction vessel and dragged an offshore platform to this location. However, it was strange. After Future Mining left the offshore platform alone in the sea, there was no sign of work starting. Other than a few soldiers patrolling the location and several workers, there weren't even mining equipment. What is Future Group planning to do? It was undoubtedly the UA that was the most curious after they started extensive monitoring after the completion of Penglai City. While curious, they could not ask directly. Then the capital used its usual tactics to disclose this information through an official who wished not to be named, and then let these reporters go find the news. However, Future Group apparently did not take the reporters' bait. When the reporters asked about the offshore platform of Future Mining, the answer was the same Oni-Euro legal activity. No comment. The disguise of Future Group actually made the public more curious. For the time being, all kinds of rumors began to sprout. Each of the keyboard warriors analyzed the actions of Future Group and searched for their deeper motive. Some people said that Future Group was building a second Penglai city, and some people said that they were building submarine cities. Some people even said that they discovered the remains of aliens under the sea. Public opinion was easily led to odd places. What is Future Group really doing? Everyone was curious about this problem. What is that? On the offshore platform, Calvin, the CEO of Celestial Trade Aerospace Space Technology Institute, glanced over the platform at a board 20 square meters long. From the appearance, it didn't look like solar panels. He really couldn't think of the functionality of this thing. The anti-satellite laser array. It is too cumbersome to explain. In short, the spy satellites on our heads can only see a luminous spot of more than a dozen square kilometers. The radio signals they monitor will just become white noise. Jiang Chen patted the fence on the platform and smiled at Calvin. This is one of the top secrets of Future Group. Now you still have the chance to go back. But it will make the curious me unable to sleep at night. Kelvin shrugged and followed behind Jiang Chen. The droplet stopped at the offshore platform, but Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to look at this bizarre submersible. After entering the droplet, Jiang Chen established a route on the holographic screen, and then opened panoramic imaging, turning the whole droplet into a real water drop, transparent inside and out. Stunning technology. Calvin reached out and touched the wall, his fingers poked the steel plate. It is the first time I have seen such a magical underwater submersible vehicle. Is this the top secret? Do you think this needs to be kept a secret? Jiang Chen laughed. Calvin also laughed. It made sense, this was nothing more of a secret compared to all the technology Future Group introduced. Even in Penglai City, Jiang Chen did not hide anything from the media during its construction. Halfway through the project, he began auctioning off the property on the artificial island. Obviously, there was something incredible hidden underneath the sea. However, what puzzled Calvin was why Jiang Chen asked him to come along for something under the sea. His field of expertise was aerospace. He didn't have to wait long, that is, around 2 minutes of time, the droplet had slowly submerged to the bottom of the sea. When the searchlights were turned on, Calvin followed the beam and his eyes widened suddenly. There was a giant metal cube. From the top down, it looked at least 2 or 3 kilometers in length and width. Compared to Penglai City, this cube was not shocking, but for some reason, he felt a more science fiction design from the structure. An intuition told him that this must be related to aerospace. Reminiscent of what Jiang Chen said about space elevators in the past, his heart suddenly felt a hint of enlightenment. Could it be? What is this thing? Kelvin asked in a trembling voice. I thought you'd be able to guess it, Jiang Chen grinned back and pressed down on the holographic screen to stop the droplet in place. The base station for the space elevator. Though not yet completed. Yes, this was just a semi-finished product. The space elevator base obtained from White Beluga Station was disassembled. Jiang Chen mobilized all the amphibious engineering robots that he brought to the modern world and assembled it for half a month before seeing this half-finished product now. Calvin was silent for a long before sighing. I don't know why I feel regretful. Oh, why? Jiang Chen asked. I have used what I have learned in my life and the rocket era is already over, Calvin said in a sly tone. At least, the era of the space rocket is over. If the cost of aerospace could be reduced from tens of millions of dollars to $1,000, who else would pay for space rockets? Even SpaceX's Falcon rocket would not be this cheap. It could be foreseen that celestial trade, with control of the space elevator, will undoubtedly control all global satellite launch projects. At least commercial satellite launch projects. It's too early to say that. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. After a pause, he continued, the space elevator has only completed its first phase of the project, which is the base of the space elevator. The remaining part needs to be completed by both the Aerospace Technology Institute and the Future Heavy Industries. Unlike all buildings on Earth, this Babel tower leading to synchro orbits was built from the top down. The space station of the synchronous orbit was built first. Then the construction of the terminal balancer and the 36,000-kilometer orbit must be started simultaneously. This meant that all construction materials must be launched into outer space through rockets. Regardless of the cost of the material itself, the cost of the rocket launches would not a small figure. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen began to merge and acquire private aerospace companies since last year to develop the Celestial N-series rockets. Only by lowering the launch cost to a relatively reasonable price could Future Group have the conditions to build a space elevator. As early as last year, Jiang Chen was preparing for this moment. All technical information on the space elevator has been developed, and all we have to do now is to bring the blueprints to life. I will not set a ceiling for the project budget, and your only task is to complete this for me. Babble. After a pause, Jiang Chen smiled. If it is completed, your name and my name will all be celebrated in history. The rolling waves slammed onto the side of the ship. The water freely splashed on the bow. The crew members were wearing raincoats and holding cameras in front of them, while the reporters were moving further forward, holding the railing with one hand and holding the microphone with the other to provide the viewers with first-hand information. Now, behind us is the fabled Penglai city. You may not be able to see it because we are about 15 nautical miles from the nearest port. Look at that black spot. Now we can see the top of the central of Penglai city. Celestial trade temporarily blocked this area, and the blockade will be lifted at noon. Then our reporter will bring you further reports. The face was blown red, but there was no temperature at all. After finishing the last word, Lu Hao wiped off the water from her face. Her legs were weak, and she walked down with the help of crew members. Returning to the cabin, Li Hanliang, the old leader of the interview group, came over and handed her a bottle of water. Must be tough out there. Not at all. Lu Hao chugged half a bottle before finally recovered some of her spirit, and a rosy glow finally returned to her naive face. Leader, did Celestial Trade accept our application? Li Hanliang shook his head, sighed, and sat in the chair next to her. It's difficult to do this. Regardless of what I say, they just won't agree. But the other TV stations are the same. They aren't favoring anyone, even their own station is outside the closed area. Hearing this, Lu Hao looked at him peculiarly. It was not an interview at all, it was more like a race. The ship next to them was a BBC reporter. The ship further away was from Colombian TV. Future Group was certainly prestigious to have so many media stations rent boats and wait for them on the open sea. Time flew quickly. It didn't take long before it was noon, and Celestial Trade gave them the green light. The news of the blockade being lifted was received by the media. The cruise ships and small boats around Penglai City began to march toward the city known as the Miracle. From the helicopter, the scene of countless dragging white waves coming from all directions to Penglai was a magnificent painting. According to statistics from the Tourism Bureau, the number of people who applied to land on the island reached 127,000, and the total number of vessels in the target sea area exceeded 9,000. On the other hand, a luxury medium-sized cruise ship gradually started moving, carrying passengers visiting Penglai City. The weather on the sea had changed very quickly. 2 hours ago it was raining and now the sun was out, the deck turned burning hot just after a short while. Wearing a casual outfit, Wei Wendong stood on the bow of the cruise ship as he looked at the direction of Penglai City with a smile. Penglai, the wonder he had seen in the virtual world. As for what the city would look like in the real world, he was full of imaginations. In the days after New Year, the A2 season of the Godly Land ended, and Kings won the first prize in individual competition and fifth in team competition. The title of the championship naturally belonged to him. In order to celebrate his victory, the sponsors directly packaged him a red envelope of 20 million renminbi. Was it a lot? In fact, it was not too much. Godly Land had the largest player base in the world. Due to the popularity of virtual reality online games and the subsequent effects, many people who never played the game also put on their helmet and applied for visitor passes to watch his live stream in action. According to the official data given by Future Technology, not counting the ratings broadcasted by television stations, the peak number of live audiences in the arena exceeded 290 million. Additionally, counting the stats of the rebroadcast, the number of views at least doubled. What is the concept of 290 million? The NBA's peak audience was just over 20 million. Individuals who made out of the group stage in the individual and team competitions were allowed to affix the trademark of the sponsoring company behind their names. To be able to put the company's brand in such a high-traffic location and appear in front of hundreds of millions of people from around the world, the commercial value was immense. Wei Wendong did not know how much the sponsor gave to their club afterwards. He only knew that the number would not be less than 500 million renminbi. After the match, the Kings directly chartered a luxury cruise ship and took the core members of the club for an offline party. The destination of the offline party was exactly Penglai City. Wei Wendong clicked on the future phone rolled up on his wrist. A palm-sized holographic screen immediately expanded above his wrist. Taking a picture of Penglai City from afar, he looked at the city in the screen and let his hair fly in the sea breeze. He couldn't feel more proud. Last year, he bought 2 properties in Penglai City, a restricted level 2 unit, and an unrestricted level 4 unit. At the time, he felt pain to purchase the properties as the 2 houses directly halved his saving. But now his only regret was not spending the other half. With the completion of Penglai City, the rumor immediately faded. In less than a month, the price of the 2 houses under his name doubled and was on the trajectory to double again. Soon, the cruise ship docked in the harbor of Penglai City. On all 4 sides of the ring-shaped artificial island, there were thousands of ports, large and small, private and public. Boathouses could be freely accessed. Although the scene of over 9,000 boats was spectacular, it didn't crowd the landing. Just like in the advertisement, the entire city felt like a science fiction movie with technology at the forefront of the era. Billboards, shop signs, and the big screen on top of the mall all used holographic technology produced by Future Group. Putting on AR glasses received from customs, and the cute navigation Little Rain reappeared beside his hand and playfully flew around him. Little Rain stopped in front of him, responded to his request, and took him to the property he had purchased. While walking, Little Rain replied to his questions and introduced him to Penglai City. Such realistic augmented reality technology made it even harder for him to distinguish whether it was real or fake. Along the street, shops were open. The staffs of shopping malls, restaurants, and service industries received permission to enter in advance. They had already boarded the island as early as yesterday and set up the stores so that they could open their doors on the first day of the city's grand opening. There were few vehicles on the streets, and most people walked. However, the traffic planning of Penglai City was carefully thought out. The 12 maglev train rails laid in the basement allowed visitors to reach anywhere in the city in 10 minutes. In addition, at the beginning of the construction of the city's roads, maglev tracks were built under the road. After the breakthrough in the technology of magnetic levitation vehicles of the future, the city's traffic movement would shift from ground to three-dimensional. Wei Wendong thought of this and he was even more hopefully. His life would not be boring to be in a city filled with so many cutting-edge technologies. On the top floor of the central, Jiang Chen stood beside the floor-to-ceiling windows and enjoyed the panoramic view of the city. For the grand opening of the city, this was undoubtedly the best place to view the show. Crowds formed an endless stream of people in the streets. Although he couldn't see the expression of every face in the crowd, he felt the strong enthusiasm of the people even from a far distance. The edge of the island was covered with sandy beaches and scattered with green coconut trees. Along the streets, subtropical plants lined up neatly. Although Penglai's focus was on technology, Jiang Chen did not ignore the importance of vegetation and greenery. Looking around, the jungle of steel and cement was mixed with spots of green and emerald. The sea breeze swept over the road and the trees' shadows danced, sending a cool sip of air to the hot summer day. In addition to AR, holographic images, maglev trains, another big selling point of Penglai City was the drones. Future Heavy Industries designed the Beta series drones for Penglai City. Among them, Beta 1 was a firefighting drone and Beta 2 was a police drone. Those 2 drones would provide smart fire and policing for Penglai City. Wherever there was a fire engines would not be deployed and firefighters would no longer put their lives in danger. Dozens of drones would fly directly to control the fire. Where there was a crime, after receiving the alarm, the drone hive deployed nearby would immediately release drones and control the criminal before the police arrived. This would not only alleviate traffic pressures but also increase execution efficiency. It would also reduce municipal spending. With the cooperation of the drones, the work that originally required 5 policemen to complete only now required 1. Penglai City would serve as a pilot for firefighting and policing drones. If this proved that the model was feasible, the presidential office at Xi'an would promote this throughout the country. At the same time, the logistics vehicle being designed by Future Heavy Industries would also be put into operation soon, and the orders of Penglai City Logistics Center and various shopping malls in Penglai City would be completed first. By then, 500,000 logistics drones would support the entire city's express delivery services. Even if you are not at home, you can buy your favorite products, enjoy the food of a 5-star restaurant. Just as Jiang Chen gazed out of the window and was imagining the glorious future of Penglai City, Jean's holographic figure appeared. There is someone looking for you outside the door. It's your CEO. Let her in. Yes. Jean nodded, and her image disappeared. A gentle voice came from behind and the elevator door opened. Xia Xiyu walked into the room. Thank you for your hard work. Turning around, Jiang Chen said. Xia Yu shook her head and a noticeable smirk formed. This is my job. Perhaps because of their last, sincere encounter, Jiang Chen always felt that the way Xia Xiyu looked him was mixed with a different kind of emotion. He couldn't tell what kind of emotion it was. It was only when he inadvertently met her eyes would he feel his heart beat faster. There was no difference during work, but once in a private space, this feeling was particularly evident. What happened outside? There were no incidents, right? Jiang Chen asked. Celestial Trade has handled the security work very well. It seems that we have nothing to worry about, said Xia Xiyu. Jiang Chen nodded. 127,000 people rushed into Penglai City at the same time. The load undoubtedly caused a huge burden on traffic. If there were any accidents, it would bring a gloomy shadow on Penglai's name. B City Consortium, Mr. Carson asked us if we are interested in creating a satellite city for Hawaii. There is also a request from Saudi Arabia that the Saudi royal family hopes we can build a maritime palace for them in the Persian Gulf. What orders do we have? Jiang Chen asked. Future Heavy Industries has yet to sign any agreement, so they can't be regarded as orders. Xia Xiyu pushed up the frame of her glasses. She retrieved the holographic image from Future worn on her wrist and gently pushed it toward Jiang Chen. Till 1 hour ago, Future Heavy Industries has received a total of 218 letters of intent related to the construction of marine cities, of which 14 are from national organizations and 204 are from private companies. The investment of $20 billion now created a value of over $100 billion. With such a high rate of return on investment, there were naturally a lot of eager organizations. Expansion into the sea was already one of the strategic priorities of many coastal countries. The business opportunities in this area were simply inestimable. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. There will be no current plan for the construction of a marine city. However, Future Heavy Industries may open orders for next year. For the time being, let's reply to them like this. Tens of billions of dollars projects seem to be profitable, but the rate of return was not that high. At present, Future Group's industrial capacity was limited to the industrial park on Ange Island and the new Malaysian Special District on New Papua. The production capacity was not yet high enough to be wasteful. What was more, he was also building the Babel. Xia Xiyu only nodded as Jiang Chen explained his choice. Although from the group CEO's perspective, she was more inclined to favor offshore city projects and expand the company's profitability. However, she also believed Jiang Chen had his reasons for making such a decision. This unreserved trust was established as early as the establishment of Future Technology. However, sometimes, Jiang Chen's decision-making also gave her a headache. Speaking of this, have you made any moves recently? Xiao Shiyu paused, and then asked. Well, it's related to aerospace. Jiang Chen nodded. Xia Shiyu sighed and pushed up her glasses again. Sure enough. If it is confidential, I won't ask about it. But when you make a financial decision for the group, could you please tell me in advance? Although the company is making money, its liquidity is not in too good of a position. To have money to inject 20 billion in celestial trade, the finance department had to cut the budget already approved for future biology. Tao Ming was just protesting to me and asking me about what happened. That money was supposed to be used to expand production. Speaking of this, Xia Shiyu did not continue. Instead, she looked at Jiang Chen with a slight grievance. Seeing his own sloppy move actually made such a big mess, Jiang Chen was somewhat embarrassed. At that time, he did not consider that much. When Calvin reported his budget to him, he immediately approved it. The space elevator could be built with only 20 billion, and the only thing in his mind was, it is so *king cheap. I'm sorry, make sure to consult you next time. Already accustomed to taking care of Jiang Chen's mess, Xia Shiyu only made an expression that said, I hope so. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of a problem. Right, you said that our liquidity is a problem? Xia Shiyu answered professionally. This is a common problem in any big company, unless we open a bank, Jiang Chen said immediately. Xiao Shiyu took a moment to process. Although she wanted to say to maintain a good relationship with the bank, Jiang Chen's view was indeed correct too. After a pause, she nodded and replied. Yes, unless we open a bank. A company is like a beast. The more hands and feet on the beast, the larger the body, the more complex the blood vessels under its skin, and naturally more blood flows through the blood vessels. For a company, cash is the blood that maintains its normal operation. The blood vessels supply blood to the various organizations of the company and create value through its circulation. Business expansions, business failures, strategic adjustments, and a series of other measures may cause the company to temporarily lose blood. In general, the best solution at those times would be to seek out a loan from banks, but Future Group faced a problem. The Bank of Xi'an did not have the ability to provide transfusion for Future Group. Therefore, referring to the practices of B City Consortium and the Rothschild family, Jiang Chen decided to create a blood-supplying heart for Future Group. What was more convenient than opening a bank himself? Since he decided on it, he would do it. On the following day, the Future Group, through its subsidiary, purchased a Cali-based bank at a price of $600 million and changed its name to Future Bank with lightning speed. The scale of Future Bank was not too large with only 20 locations in Cali. It also had less than 1 million depositors. The total amount of deposits was only $4.8 billion, and the loan-to-deposit ratio was 71% with a few bad debts. Just as people were beginning to speculate on why the Future Group would acquire this small, unnamed bank in faraway Cali, Future Group announced in high profile that it would invest $10 billion in Future Bank, and at the same time acquire 11 small and medium-sized banks located in North America and Europe at a premium. The progress of acquisitions was very smooth, mainly because the premium offered by Future Group made it impossible for shareholders of the banks to refuse. Immediately afterward, Future Bank began its restructuring work, integrating the operations of these 11 small and medium-sized banks under the same name, Future Bank. It transformed itself into a multinational bank. The news on Penglai City's opening was still a heated topic, and Future Group already made an unprecedented move. With such intensive acquisitions of banks, was Future Group looking to expand into the financial markets? Future Group's move immediately caught the attention of American banks such as Citibank and Morgan. Although they didn't think that Future Group would be their opponent in the financial sector, the influence on the internet had caused the old banking giants to not take this move lightly. And it turned out that their worry was not without warrant. Future Bank immediately held a press conference after the completion of the reorganization and announced to the media that Future Bank had already reached an agreement with Future Group's subsidiary Future Technology. The agreement was to simplify the payment procedures for virtual reality content payments. After opening an account with Future Bank, Future Technology would automatically register an online banking ID for the individual. After the identification information was verified, the individual's account could be activated. As soon as this move was announced, the number of depositors in Future Bank rose exponentially. However, what really motivated people to save money was not simplified payment procedures, but because Future Bank's deposit interest rate was high as 1% for their checking accounts, and the fixed-term interest rate was 4%. For the vast majority of ordinary people, it was direct benefit they could see. At the press conference, the CEO of Future Bank was even more direct. Yes, our bank's primary business is to lend money to Future Group. Do you think making a loan to Future Group may lead to bad debt? Look at your family's robot Shaolin and the future around your wrist. Do you think Future Group could go bankrupt? So please rest assured in keeping your money here. Unless Future Group goes bankrupt, you will never have to worry about your own deposit. Of course, the questioning voice was not absent. For example, some competitors employed experts and scholars in the finance field and stated that Future Bank's funding ratios were too concentrated and lacked risk management capability. They questioned the security of Future Bank's deposits. However, even if these dissonant voices existed, they were unable to stop the group's march into the financial industry. After Future Bank announced its cooperation with the parent company, the number of depositors and total deposits increased at a visible speed. By the end of March, this figure had grown to an astonishing level. Currently, the Future Bank has 17.41 million depositors globally, and the total deposits, when converted to US dollar, is $112.1 billion based on the current exchange rate, and the loan-to-deposit ratio is 77%. At present, the CEO of Future Bank has proposed to us to acquire additional funding by going public and then using the money to acquire other banks. What do you think? Xia Xiu asked. Injecting $10 billion into Future Bank to complete the acquisitions of 11 banks, counting the $20 billion previously injected into Celestial Trade, the group's liquidity was pinched. Does going public mean information disclosure? Jiang Chen asked what concerned him the most. Xia Xiu nodded. If a listed company has a major investment project or significant business adjustments that may cause stock price fluctuations, it is obliged to disclose the details of the project to the public. But the disclosure is only limited to the details of the investment, and the part involving trade secrets can be kept confidential. My suggestion is that if you just intend to use Future Bank to support the parent company's business, it is not bad to go public. After all, only a large enough scale could support the beast known as Future Group. Going public was undoubtedly the best choice for business expansion. The financial giants, including Citibank, were all listed companies that allowed them to accelerate their expansion and squeeze their competitors out of the market. Old financial giants such as Rothschild Bank, although very rich, had less influence than Citigroup. One of the key reasons for this is that Rothschild had been extremely stingy with its shares and had never considered going public. In a sense, Jiang Chen was such a person, but recently he made some changes that followed the beat of the century. In the field of finance, Jiang Chen did not have any cutting-edge technology to use. At most, he would devote some effort on privacy and information security of depositors. However, the depositor's information security alone may not be enough of a selling point for absorbing deposits. If he wanted to expand the business of Future Bank in a short period of time, then going public was the only answer. Then, he could use that money to buy out the competitors and achieve his goal. Is 30% enough? Jiang Chen advised after a long pause. That's enough. Xia Xiu nodded. Excellent. Let's put going public aside for now. I need to temporarily tighten the lending policy of Future Bank and maintain the loan-to-deposit ratio at 80%, giving priority to satisfy Future Group's loan demand. Okay. Future Bank's public listing went smoothly. The bank was expected to issue 30% of their shares for $11.9 billion. Jiang Chen gave David Smith, CEO of Future Bank, full responsibility on the listing process. The former Citibank executive was an expert in the financial field, so naturally, handling making the company public would be no exception. So on this matter, Jiang Chen didn't need to seek help from the Citi Consortium Boston, and he would be able to complete the matter himself. After Future Bank was listed, it would continue to acquire small and medium-sized banks with the $10 billion from the proceeds, and it would continue to snowball and expand the heart of the behemoth. On the other hand, at the beginning of April, Penglai City started to gradually enter the right track with the continued emigration of immigrants. The economic structure of Penglai City was dominated by tourism, followed by the office industry, supplemented by small manufacturing and light processing. According to statistics from the Xi'an Tourism Bureau, due to Penglai City's grand opening and other influences, the number of tourists in Xi'an in March showed explosive growth. Compared to the 180,000 visitors in February, the number of tourists in March skyrocketed straight to 797,000. Based on the data from Xi'an Airlines, the number of air passengers in the month also exceeded 1 million, setting a historical peak. Shocked by this high-tech city, many tourists expressed their astonishment after their visit. This is an incredible city. I didn't think I could see the legendary Atlantis in my lifetime. The whole city is built entirely on the sea, but you can't feel the slightest bump. What impressed me the most was the security here. No matter where robberies took place, it never took more than 5 minutes after receiving a call till the criminals were caught. I saw a thief who hadn't yet run halfway across the street before he was caught by a police drone with my own eyes. He tried to escape and was hit by rubber bullets to the point where he peed his pants. Compared to Detroit, this place is heaven. I'm going to move. The streets are very clean. The round cleaning robots are so cute. I don't know where to buy them. The shopping is amazing, the water activities are spectacular, and the traffic is impeccable. I can't really think of any reason to leave a bad review. Yeah, the air here is really good. I plan to buy a level 1 unit here and spend my vacation here every winter. The world's most trusted travel websites were filled with positive reviews with barely any negative comments. The wave of positive reviews was partially because people always have the greatest tolerance for new things, but of course, there was the charm of Penglai. Booming tourism led to a series of industry chains related to consumption and services. With such huge business opportunities, capital predators naturally wouldn't let this opportunity escape from their grasp, and they swarmed in with cash. According to statistics from Penglai City Hall, as of the end of March, there were as many as 57,000 companies in Penglai City providing a total of 517,000 jobs for Xi'an. Zhang Yaping, the president of Xi'an, was smiling so much that he couldn't close his mouth. With the help of Future Group, the Panu economy lifted off like a rocket. At present, only a third of the 500,000 job vacancies had been filled. The huge demand for labor attracted a large number of immigrants from East Asia and Southeast Asia. Influenced by the similar culture, immigration to Penglai City from Guangzhou and Fujian was particularly popular. The name of Penglai City, therefore, gained nicknames in Hua such as the Land of Opportunity and Hawaii of Tea. In addition, the city's municipal structure was even more surprising to the world. Penglai itself didn't belong to the territory of any country. Although it was nominally a part of Xi'an, both the laws and municipal administration were the responsibility of a department under Future Group Euro, Penglai City Hall. In other words, the island floating in the Pacific Ocean was a city completely controlled by a private enterprise. The mayor would be elected. Every citizen with household registration in Penglai City could participate in the election through a personal terminal. The intelligent program would announce the election result and appoint the mayor. In addition to the mayor, Penglai City would also include a citizens' assembly. Members would be elected by the citizens of each constituency with checks and balances to the mayor. The justice, security, and military system were independent of the municipal system. The former had a separate system and was executed under the supervision of AI. The latter two were under the control of celestial trading, directly loyal to Jiang Chen. Rather than saying the place was a private kingdom, it was more fitting to call it a giant enterprise. Every citizen on the island was an employee who, after entry, accepted the supervision of company rules and regulations and enjoyed the benefits of the company's high technology under the framework of the law. In addition, the residents of the island possessed a special right. There was a vote to decide if Christmas and Lunar New Year should be spent in the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere. At the beginning of April, with most of his work completed, Jiang Chen also gave himself a vacation. He took Aisha, Xia Xiu, and Natasha, who wasn't invited to Penglai City, to enjoy a leisurely holiday. In the beginning, Xia Xiu said she couldn't leave her job, but Jiang Chen decided to, forcefully, give her a vacation. Although work is important, life cannot be thrown away. Just relax this week and don't think about work, Jiang Chen said. To be honest, upon reflecting on Xia Xiu's work schedule 365 days a year as her boss, Jiang Chen didn't want her to work so much. Of course, this concern was unrelated to overtime pay but rather out of concern for her own health. Working so hard every day would be detrimental to her health in the long term. During holidays, her access rights would be temporarily lowered by 2 levels and she wouldn't be able to access her office door. Having been accustomed to Jiang Chen's decision-making process, Xia Xiu sighed and accepted his good intentions. However, in her heart, she did want to go on vacation with Jiang Chen. It was only in front of Aisha that she always had a kind of incomprehensible anxiousness as if she did something unforgivable to Aisha. After all, that night, she followed her own heart and did something incredibly over the line with Jiang Chen. Even if she tried to pretend nothing happened with him, she was embarrassed and ashamed for that night's move when she was alone. What she didn't know, however, was that Aisha didn't care about Jiang Chen's harem, and she already knew what happened that night. In this country, what could escape the eyes of ghost agents? Fortunately, Aisha wasn't the jealous type and accepted the idea of a harem. If any other woman controlled the intelligence department, it would be a bloody reign in Jiang Chen's harem. Clank, upon picking up the coke from the vending machine, Jiang Chen opened the can and took a swig. The sweet, cold sensation flowing down his throat was especially refreshing. Jiang Chen discovered unexpectedly that happiness wasn't just eating delicacies of the world. The glaring sun was blinding. Looking at the beach, his eyes narrowed. Green palm leaves swayed and not far away on the beach, children were playing with their mothers and couples were chasing each other on the beach. This was the largest beach in Penglai. The one thing the place didn't lack was bikinis and beautiful women. Pairs of long, white legs reminded Jiang Chen of his time at Wanghai University. His best buddies went to the beach to swim while they watched the beauties who walked by them. Not far away, a net was pulled on the beach. Aisha and Natasha were battling each other in beach volleyball. Xia Xiu, who didn't have their stamina, wisely chose to not participate in their contest and looked comfortable in her beach chair. While in the shade, she leisurely kept score for both of them. Both women were rookies in beach volleyball. However, in terms of physical strength, both were superwomen. One was a former KGB agent and the other was injected with a genetic vaccine. Although the latter had stronger physical attributes, the former was not too far behind her. Aisha leaped up and used her brute force to smash the ball. The volleyball turned into a shadow and swiped past Natasha's blonde hair. The volleyball bounced into the sand with a bang and formed a deep pit on the beach. "Are you trying to murder me?" Natasha glanced at the deep pit and gave Aisha a hard stare. Lightly landing on the ground, Aisha combed her hair without even quickening her breaths while she looked at Natasha emotionlessly. 50. I win. Although she still looked expressionless, at a closer look, there was a faint smile on her face. However, her proud expression lasted for not 2 seconds. Just as she wasn't paying attention, a coke can came from behind and struck her face. Humph. Aisha, who was frightened by the chill on her cheeks, shivered. Looking at Aisha's lovely expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and put the coke in her hands. Get along with each other. Are you all tired? Come for a drink. Aha. Gruffly glancing at Jiang Chen, Aisha took the coke and sipped the drink. She never really liked carbonated drinks, but she never refused anything Jiang Chen gave her. Looking at the pair's intimate moment, Natasha rolled her eyes. Her eyes then suddenly swept across Aisha's chest and she began to smirk. She stepped forward, gently swayed her blonde hair, and frankly passed the volleyball in her arms to Aisha. I lost in volleyball. Humph. Aisha scoffed and raised her head slightly. Perhaps it was because Jiang Chen was standing next to her that she felt a little arrogant from Natasha's admission of defeat. Looking at Aisha's proud expression, Natasha smirked. But I won't lose at other sports, do you want to try me? I'm more than happy to. Aisha raised her eyebrows. Without asking what they were competing in, she quickly accepted the challenge. Oh. Then in this special game, we're still missing a gentleman as a referee. Are you interested? Natasha turned to Jiang Chen and whistled while raising her chest. The soccer ball, wrapped in a few pieces of cloth, was just about to jump out of the cloth. Russia's ethnic talents seemed to be centered around the word big, whether it was the caliber of a tank cannon or the beauty of Moscow. A few years ago, Google did a ranking on the size of female parts around the world, and Russia ranked first without any surprise. No normal men would say no. However, as a gentleman, it wasn't elegant to express too much desire. Well, to say any more would be an excuse. If it wasn't for Xia Shiyu's murderous eyes, Jiang Chen would have really wanted to do something. Jiang Chen utterly rejected the temptation while Natasha had a smug look. He dragged the bewildered Aisha aside and warned the innocent little girl not knowing the evil in the world to not easily accept challenges. It was a lot of fun. When dusk painted the sky golden, the four left the beach and returned to Central Hotel. In the next few days, the four also went to the newly opened Venus Water Park, the most popular robot museum for tourists, and Penglai's largest submarine shopping street, and visited all the fun places in Penglai City. On the last day of the tour, Jiang Chen's original plan was to return to Koro Island, but he just happened to catch up with a unique charity party. There would be celebrities from all walks of life in attendance. As the richest man in Penglai City and possibly even the world, Jiang Chen naturally received an invitation. The event was jointly organized by a number of charitable organizations such as UNICEF and the International Red Cross. It was sponsored by more than a dozen philanthropic rich people around the world. The venue for the evening party was located in the submarine ballroom in Penglai City. However, these weren't the selling points. The selling point was that one of the most influential painters in the contemporary era, Julian Schnabel, would auction his latest work, Pearl of the Pacific, at this charity event. Just from the name, it was easy to tell the painting was based on Penglai. Xia Shiyu attended the event with Jiang Chen because the two of them received invitations. Originally, Jiang Chen was also planning to bring Aisha, but Aisha refused on the basis that it would be inappropriate for her to frequently appear in public based on her job. Holding on to Jiang Chen's hand, Xia Shiyu was particularly stunning that evening. A black dress that was conservative but also charming contrasted with the whiteness between her face and collarbone, perfectly displaying the feminine side she rarely revealed. When she entered through the gate, she immediately attracted countless stunned eyes. Even movie stars and singers were all overshadowed by her beauty. However, those stunned gazes disappeared after a glimpse. After seeing the man she was holding onto, the people who were originally interested smartly gave up. Competing with the richest man in the world was just merely asking for discomfort. Upon seeing the arrival of the main guest at the charity party, the host, Adam Galway, smiled and greeted Jiang Chen with a warm welcome and extended his right hand. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Jiang Chen. For the world's children and those who need help." Jiang Chen also shook his hand with a smile. Although he himself didn't share their philanthropic spirit, it didn't prevent him from gaining an international reputation. There were reporters in the ballroom. After all, the money spent by these rich people couldn't be spent without any gain, they had to at least gain some good public recognition. However, these reporters weren't allowed to interview guests and weren't even allowed to communicate with them. They could only silently record the party. After all, those who were present were all recognized globally. The auction was the last part of the charity ball. The proceeds from the auction would be used to help civilians and orphans in war-torn areas. In addition to The Pearl of the Pacific, by Julian Schnabel, there were many things Jiang Chen was interested in at this auction. If the prices weren't too far off, he intended to take a few pieces of artwork back to hang at home. Natasha had been criticizing him as classless. Although Jiang Chen himself didn't think he was that bad, since he had the opportunity now, it would be better to buy a few pieces of art and fake it. Of course, in addition to these artworks, several rich people also said they would auction off some collectible items. The organizers didn't disclose what these were, drawing people in with the mystery. Not wanting to chat with the organizers for too long, and since Mr. Galloway also had other guests to greet, Jiang Chen took the initiative to end the conversation. When he walked into the venue with Xia Xiyu holding her hand, the party had already begun. The magnificent, elegant and gorgeously decorated hall was surrounded by transparent graphene boards. The reflection of the blue sea and blue light added a touch of mysterious coolness to the venue. Waiters with champagne moved between the long tables and crowds to present guests with wine and towels. This submarine restaurant was one of Penglai's famous attractions. Whether it was the decorations, service, or food on the table, it was built according to a 3-star Michelin level, which made it's worth a special trip to visit. Restaurant Euro. At the party, Jiang Chen saw many acquaintances and many strangers greeted him. What surprised him most was that he actually saw Carmen Rothschild here. This guy quietly came to Penglai City to participate in a charity party without telling him in advance. When he saw Jiang Chen, he greeted him with a warm smile while showing off his glistering teeth and shook Jiang Chen's hand, full of energy. "We meet again, my old friend. It's been a long time." Jiang Chen smiled and let go of his hand. "This is my partner, Ms. Xia Xiyu." "Hello, Mr. Rothschild." Xia Xiyu smiled. "I'm honored to meet you, beautiful and wise Ms. Xia. Your male companion is really an enviable guy." Carmen made a joke with great demeanor. Xia Xiyu smiled politely and courteously, but it was obvious she was still very fond of compliments. Jiang Chen also followed with a smile, then said, "How are you, my old friend? Have you resolved the trouble on your side?" From daily international news, the situation in Europe had become increasingly unstable. Last year, when Frank Berg chose a new party to take power, the entire European political arena began to move to the right. Especially at the end of the year, several consortiums invested in the construction of refugee camps in the forests bordering Norway and Sweden. This completely ignited conflicts between cultists and mainstream society, and also incited conflicts between social justice warriors and the rest of society. "My troubles will never end." Carmen skillfully took a cup of champagne from the waiter's tray and made a toast to Jiang Chen. He self-mockingly shrugged and said, "It's like the champagne this evening. Is there any problem in this world that the Rothschilds cannot solve?" Jiang Chen smiled, took some champagne and toasted Carmen. "Of course there are. For example, there are problems that can't be solved with money." Then, Carmen put the empty glass aside. "I recommend that you pay attention to the auction coming up, there are many good things for sale. For example, Carmen only smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. He then went to join other circles. Carmen's mysterious smile made Jiang Chen's heart itch, but since the auction was beginning soon, he didn't dig deeper. Although the party was held in the name of charity, there was no shadow of charity at all at the party. In this kind of upper-class society, the common hobby of charity work was just a reason for wealthy celebrities to gather together, fulfill social needs, and meet business partners. Of course, it didn't exclude the few who really wanted to do something for poor people. Walking through the party venue, Jiang Chen felt that the weight on his arms was no longer so stiff. He suddenly said, "Beautiful." Xia Shiyu didn't understand what he meant. "I meant you're beautiful today." While he said this, Jiang Chen smiled and gazed at her. She, however, was embarrassed by his sincere look. With a blush beginning to form on her face, she rigidly avoided his gaze. Why did you suddenly say this? I noticed that from the time you entered the venue until now, at least 100 people have looked in your direction. Of the 100 people, 99 have escaped your line of sight," Jiang Chen whispered to Xia Shiyu. "Is it because my dress is too strange?" Xia Shiyu quickly lowered her head anxiously, looked at the dress on her body and compared it to the clothes of other women around her. Her evening gown was borrowed from Aisha. It was her first time wearing this type of dress, and now that she was singled out by Jiang Chen, she suddenly felt a bit awkward. "No, it's just because you are so beautiful," Jiang Chen said with a smirk. "Nonsense." Xia Shiyu blushed and gave him a hard stare. After a few laps around the venue, because she had quite a few cups of low-degree champagne, Xia Shiyu went to the bathroom midway through and Jiang Chen began to wander alone. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted out his name. "Jiang Chen. You are." Jiang Chen looked puzzled at the man who said hello to him. He didn't remember this person at all. Even with Asians' perspective on beauty, this man could be considered handsome, and he was the complete opposite of the European and American sense of beauty of being free-spirited. However, while eagerly being watched by a man, Jiang Chen didn't feel good at all. In particular, this man still looked rather handsome and gave him even more goosebumps. "You certainly don't know me. I'm Alex Watson." Alex took the initiative to extend his right hand. "Alex Watson?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Even though Alex said his name, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest impression of him. Alex only smiled helplessly and shrugged. "Well, it seems that my sister rarely mentions her disobedient younger brother." Suddenly, Jiang Chen noticed his surname while he mentioned about being a brother. "You are Emma's brother?" "Yes, you finally recognized me. My sister is also at the party. Do you want me to take you to see her?" Alex Watson asked enthusiastically. "No, it's okay. If she wants to see me, she'll come and find me," Jiang Chen said with a smile. The two people weren't familiar with each other and it seemed there was no need to say hello. What's more, Emma was the ambassador of future biology, and Jiang Chen could be considered her boss's boss. If he had the choice, he himself would not want to see his own boss during his time off. At that moment, there was suddenly a sound of broken glassware. Including Jiang Chen, the guests next to him all looked to the direction where the sound came from. The Lewis family was neither a big name in Cali nor a renowned name in UA's upper class, but its family wealth was ranked the wealthiest in the state. With the overseas real estate boom in Hua, the family owner Pound Lewis made a fortune. He was listed in Forbes' top 30 wealth list because he held stocks in Dream Estate with a total value of $23.7 billion. With just money, he would just be considered nouveau riche. In order to build up his class, Pound did all he could to squeeze into the upper echelons. He once spent $1 billion to become a Warner Brothers shareholder in order to walk the Oscars red carpet. He wouldn't miss this opportunity to be at such a world-class charity party, of course. However, because of business reasons, he didn't have time to visit in person, so he sent his son Berkeley Lewis to take part in this charity party. However, compared to his wealthy father, Berkeley Lewis was undoubtedly a douche. Other than spending all day driving sports cars his father bought for him, he always hung out with Hollywood stars using his father's name. He was the perfect definition of a playboy. After seeing Emma Watson, he was immediately attracted by her noble and glamorous temperament, so he used the usual tricks and invited her to dance. Unfortunately, Emma didn't respect his father and euphemistically rejected his invitation. As a woman who once delivered a feminist speech at the United Nations, Emma would not just bow down because his father was on Forbes' list. Berkeley's good reputation wasn't a secret in Hollywood either. She naturally felt disgusted by this type of persona. As for being a Warner Brothers shareholder, there were many Warner Brothers' shareholders, at least 20. The UA company's general shareholding structure was scattered. 1% of the shares were enough to enter the board of directors, and 30% of shares were enough to become the chairman. However, Mr. Berkeley obviously didn't anticipate that he would be rejected by a second-tier movie star. It was obvious he used implicit words to harass Emma, and he even wanted to reach out and hold her around the shoulders. Emma finally erupted, pouring champagne over his face. When she took the champagne, her hand accidentally knocked the crystal glass off the table, so the shattering sound attracted the attention of surrounding guests. The previously gelled hair was now stuck to his face. Lime-flavored champagne dripped down his hair. When he was splashed with champagne, Berkeley Lewis was completely dumbfounded. The situation around him and his surroundings caught him in a turbulent whirlpool of embarrassment. His eyes were gradually filled by anger. Emma calmed down from her impulses and her face gradually turned pale. At the heat of the moment, she splashed him out of rage. When she calmed down, she suddenly realized that what she did was excessive. Very well, angry lips trembled, and Berkeley stared at Emma gloomily. If it wasn't for the people watching, he would have thrown a punch. However, he couldn't. To lay hands on a female guest at a banquet would, disregarding his loss of reputation, cause his father, who loved his own reputation, to chop him in half. Seeing that his boss was splashed, the bodyguard walked up and emotionlessly said one word to Emma. "Apologize." Burly muscles bulged in the suit, just like an orangutan wearing human clothes. Seeing as Emma didn't respond, the bodyguard expressionlessly squeezed his fists. The sound of joints cracking made Emma's face turn even paler. It's not a gentleman's action to threaten a lady. With a smile, Jiang Chen didn't look at the bodyguard but looked at Mr. Lewis. Seeing someone intervening, Berkeley raised his eyebrows and turned his attention at the man. When he saw Jiang Chen's face, his face turned green. If someone didn't know Jiang Chen's face a year ago, that would be excusable. However, if people still didn't recognize him after being on the news for an entire year, then they must be out of sync with this world. Originally, Berkeley was going to leave some harsh words and wait until he returned to Cali to find a few people to take care of her. But when he saw Jiang Chen stepping in, he immediately dismissed this idea. Future Group was also on the same level with B-City Consortium. This kind of monster wasn't on the same level as the rich people on the Forbes list. When other people get angry, they would beat people. When this guy get angry, he beat up an entire country. If he got in trouble with this guy, not even Father times 10 would be able to save him. "I'm sorry." Lewis bowed down and dragged away his own bodyguard without saying anything. Although he was a douche, he wasn't stupid. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face, but he also felt bored after Berkeley just left. The unpleasant atmosphere quickly dissipated as most of the guests came to see a scene. The party returned to the lively and peaceful atmosphere. Seeing that the playboy took his bodyguard and left, the timid Alex finally sighed and stepped forward to give the two a middle finger behind their back. "God, sis, are you okay? Why didn't you come?" Emma gave her younger brother a hard stare, but she had no intention of blaming him. With her brother's small build, 10 of his fingers couldn't defeat one of the bodyguard's fingers. Alex blushed and scratched his head, and suddenly an excuse came to mind. He immediately pointed out Jiang Chen with a grin. I looked for someone to save you. Emma and Jiang Chen's eyes met up and then they awkwardly looked away. Thank you. To be honest, she had been hiding from him. Jiang Chen didn't tell her why he chose her to be part of the time curtain. Her excessive self-protection instincts told her that his own thoughts might be the same as the other man's, he was just less obvious. When she thought about this, there was an inexplicable feeling that grew in her mind. If he asked her, could she really have the confidence that refused Berkeley to refuse him? While having mixed feelings, her thank you was very sincere. Because she knew clearly that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, even if she left unscathed today, the situation waiting for her wouldn't be good in Cali. You're welcome. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't think as much as her, his actions were more about seeing an acquaintance in trouble and doing a favor. But it's better to think before you act. After all, you can't count on there being so many gentlemen willing to save you. The richer people were, the more people cared about their own feathers due to their identities, most people just glanced over. Was it worthwhile to get in a conflict with a billionaire for a movie star? Anybody who did business would do the math. It was precisely because of this that only Jiang Chen stepped into the mess. Only he didn't care. Without chatting with Emma for too long, Jiang Chen realized the time, then bid farewell to the siblings. He then went to the agreed location and met up with Xia Xiyu. There was a half hour before the auction start time. Taking advantage of this time, he intended to fill his stomach first. The food on this long table was full of colors, flavors, and smells. Having entered the venue for so long without even touching the food was a great tragedy. After arriving at the agreed-upon spot, Jiang Chen realized Xia Xiyu had waited for a long time already. Who is she? She looks familiar. Emma Watson, the brand ambassador for nutrient supply under Future Biology. She tied her hair up and I didn't even recognize her at first, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Hermione? Yes, but if you call her that, she probably won't be too happy, Jiang Chen said jokingly. What is your relationship with her? Xia Xiyu just wanted to ask this question, but when she thought about it, she swallowed it back. If this is the case, what is my relationship with him? This is peace*ing me off. After taking the elevator back to the surface, Berkeley cursed at Jiang Chen for stepping in and cussed at Emma, who made him look like a fool in front of everyone. He vaguely recalled how people around him looked at him when he was leaving the venue. He had never felt so useless. A Porsche was parked at the side of the road. Seeing his young master approaching, the driver immediately got out of the car and opened the door for him. Compared to the first few days of opening, there were more vehicles on Penglai's roads. Some affluent cruise ships were built with garages and cars followed the ship around. Berkeley's ship apparently was part of this category. When he came to Penglai, he set sail directly from a private port in Cali. Berkeley was feeling gloomy. Drive me back to the hotel. Yes. Seeing that the young master was in a terrible mood, the driver could guess that the master must have encountered some unpleasant events at the party. As a professional suck-up, it was the perfect opportunity to ease the mind of his young master. Halfway through the trip, Berkeley's mood improved slightly and the driver asked, Master Berkeley, who had the courage to make you unhappy? Jiang Chen, Berkeley said emotionlessly. The driver suddenly shivered. Fu*K, there's no solution to this. However, Berkeley added, and Emma. Explaining the cause and aftermath to his driver Tate, Berkeley sunk into his seat and stopped talking. Thanks to Emma, he still must think about how he to explain this fiasco to his father. After all, his father viewed his own reputation above anything else. Even now, he had no self-awareness that it might be his fault. With Jiang Chen's protection, Emma was untouchable. However, this wasn't any problem for Tate. Before he drove for the man with too much money, he was a Hollywood paparazzi. In order to earn his salary, what kind of means had he not attempted? His eyeballs turned, Tate held the wheel while lowering his voice. Master, I have a way. Say it, Berkeley said impatiently. Since this B*TCH is doing whatever she wants because of her protection, then we will first take away her protection before making a move. Just. Tate whispered a few words next to Berkeley. After listening, Berkeley's eyes turned brighter and brighter. Suddenly he slapped his thigh with a big smile. Huh, Tate, Berkeley hooked Tate's shoulder and laughed. You're such a bad boy. Instantly, his bad mood disappeared. Just wait. I'll make you pay the price. Berkeley licked his lips, and he began to plan in his mind. After he got that arrogant little girl to bow her head, he would torture her. The waiters withdrew the cooked dishes and replaced them with delicate and delicious desserts. The sweet but not greasy ice cream stimulated Jiang Chen's taste buds. Even though he didn't like sweets in general, he fell in love with this ice cream he couldn't name. Jiang Chen secretly made up his mind. After the party was over, he would go to the kitchen to get the recipe of the ice cream, then ask Aisha to make it for him. After dessert was over and the guests savored the food, this evening party entered the final and most crucial part, the charity auction. The items to be presented at the auction were donated by people from all walks of life. Jiang Chen donated a pen that he used for a price of $100,000. Compared to Julian Schnabel's Pearl on the Pacific, a pen undoubtedly paled in comparison. However, the most important factor was how much money being donated, not the price of the items auctioned. Because it was a charity auction, most of those sitting there were successful with prestige and reputation. After auctioning an item, the organizer would report the names of the winners to satisfy the vanity of the donors. At the reception of the waiter, Jiang Chen and Xia Xiyu went to the next venue and sat in the corner. The guests were already seated and the waiter standing at the door gently closed the door. It was almost time for the show. The host of the party, Mr. Galloway, stepped onto the stage, then he looked at the guests with a smile. I'm extremely happy and very grateful to see you here today. We are here for the same purpose, for those who need help. There was not any highlight in the opening remarks. For Jiang Chen, an atheist who didn't feel much compassion, Galloway's words didn't interest him. Compared to charity, he was more concerned about what interesting things he could win from this auction. Without disappointing Jiang Chen, when Mr. Galloway finished his section, the beauty wearing a UNICEF uniform came forward. In the red wooden box she was holding, it was an antique teacup. The cup belonged to Queen Victoria with over 200 years of history. The donor was the Duke of Edwards from London. The starting price is $5 million. There was applause at the venue. People paid their respects to this generous duke and raised their bidding cards. In the end, the teacup used by the Queen was sold for a price of $17 million. The second item was also an antique, nothing remarkable. For the third item, Jiang Chen immediately paid more attention because the upcoming item was the pen he used. The starting price was $100,000. To be honest, he was looking forward to the final auction price of the pen. However, reality was cruel. The auction room was quiet for 2 seconds without anyone bidding. Seeing that his own pen was about to go unbidden, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned awkward. I may have overestimated myself. Looking at Jiang Chen's awkward look, Xia Xiyu giggled at the scene. She took the card and wrote a series of zeros on it. She was preparing to bid for the pen. However, at that time, a sign was raised from the other side of the venue, and the host turned his attention to the other side while exclaiming, 1 million. Directly increased the price by 10 times. Our winner is Carmen Rothschild. Let us give our applause to this generous gentleman and give it to this generous family. Applause rang, but Jiang Chen felt embarrassed. He noticed Carmen was sitting there smiling, then raised his cup. Well, finally someone recognized its true value. The fourth piece of merchandise was the Pearl of the Pacific, the most prized item, which pushed the atmosphere to the climax. With a starting price of $5 million, the price increase must not be less than 100,000. However, as soon as the painting was put out, a wealthy man already doubled the price to 10 million. However, it was a pity that his competitor is Jiang Chen. After some competition, when the third sound of the hammer fell, the painting was eventually sold at a high price of $110 million by Jiang Chen. A painting sold for $110 million, even for the many wealthy individuals at the party, it was still a shocking and ridiculous final price. Many celebrities focused Jiang Chen with undisguised desire. At the same time, they gave Xia Xiu, who was sitting next to him, the dirtiest and most jealous look. The fifth item appeared and immediately attracted Jiang Chen's attention. It was a simple notebook. To be precise, it was a codebook. The origin of this codebook was somewhat unique. After returning home, he handed over the codebook to Churchill, but the codebook wasn't taken seriously. The war had been won. No matter what kind of intelligence was recorded, it wasn't important to the British, who already defeated the devil. After some symbolic deciphering work, the codebook was sent to a museum in London along with other souvenirs. Later, after several twists and turns, the codebook arrived to the hands of a collector from Berlin, that is, our generous Mr. Wooly Fergus. At the same time, the host looked at Wooly Fergus with a smile, who also returned the smile. No one knows what's written in it. The disorganized characters are like a madman's graffiti. If they're not a leader's nonsense in his last moments, then he must have buried some kind of incredible secrets here, but this isn't important anymore. It used to belong to a devil, but now it will be used in great undertakings, with a starting price of $1 million and no less than 100,000 for each bid. The proceeds of the item will be used to help those who are left without a home due to the war. The sentence just finished, yet someone already raised their hand. 1 million. Thank you, first, oh my God, 2 million. Mr. Fergus from Paris has directly increased the price by $1 million. Thank you for your generosity. The auction was conducted in an open manner. For each bidder, no matter how much the price increased, the host would offer a blessing. Maybe shocked by the financial power Mr. Fergus displayed, the host's hammer dropped twice without anyone raising the bid. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of Carmen Rothschild and saw him indulging in red wine. He seemed to be uninterested in this item. And there are no interested buyers. If no to euro 3 million. Jiang Chen raised the sign. 3 million once. 3 million twice. 3 times. Sold. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Chen, your generosity will be remembered by everyone. 3 million to buy a notebook, in the eyes of the people who didn't know the truth, was completely a waste of money. There was no artistic value in it, the ultimate destination would be a history museum without much room for appreciation. However, this was at a charity party. No one would think that. So they all looked at Jiang Chen with praise and blessings. Everyone thought he wanted to do something for the poor people from the bottom of his heart, so he directly increased the price by 1 million. Only 2 people didn't think so. One was Jiang Chen himself, and the other was Rothschild, who was sitting on the other side of the hall. The auction continued, but the following items were nothing interesting. Jiang Chen paid at Nishan Carmen's side. Other than the pen he used, he only bid for 2 more things. A 15th century armor from Western Europe and a winery located in Croatia. In fact, Jiang Chen was also interested in that winery, but when he realized Croatia seemed to be located in the Balkans, his interest immediately faded. The Balkans seemed to be the gateway for refugees to Europe, and it was even more of a mess now. If he bought a winery in this place, Jiang Chen felt he would have no interest in spending his holidays there. Moreover, he seemed to have bought a golf course at the foot of Mount Fuji in Nippon, and the engineering team he hired was changing the golf course to a private estate. After some time, he would hire several gardeners and plant some grapevines there to perhaps establish his own winery. When Jiang Chen was deep in thought, Mr. Rothschild had already beaten his rivals with $90 million and successfully won the manor. The auction concluded and Adam Galloway read out the funds raised by the guests present, totaling $420 million. Adhering to the principle of openness, Mr. Galloway promised to the people that the official websites of many charitable organizations such as the International Children's Fund and the International Red Cross Society would monitor the whereabouts of this huge amount of money in real time and invite people from around the world to also participate in the auditing. Finally, he once again thanked the entrepreneurs for their generosity. In particular, Jiang Chen and Rothschild's contributions equated almost half the funds raised by the audience. After the party ended, Jiang Chen met Rothschild, who was also on his way to the elevator. "So, what is that interesting thing you are talking about? Didn't you already win it?" Carmen smiled. "You're referring to the 110 million painting or the sketchbook used by the great Führer?" "Huh, that's a good one." Carmen didn't hold back and burst out laughing. "It's not a sketchbook. It's an original piece of the unsolved mystery from the last century. Someone said the secrets of the Third Reich are hidden in the notebook. People also said it's a treasure map, and MI6 never stopped deciphering the codebook. A copy of the book has been lying in their confidential archives for decades." Of course, what the host said was right. That is, no one has yet been able to decipher the secrets of this codebook. "Do you think I can decipher it?" Jiang Chen joked. "You're overestimating my strength. I'm afraid that this original in my hands will suffer the fate of lying in the archives." "That's not my problem," Carmen laughed and mocked him. "I just said that it was an interesting thing, but I didn't say you would find the treasure. The value of items with more than $1 million in value would generally be handled by dedicated escort officers, who would take the auction items to the winners' homes. However, at the request of Jiang Chen, after paying, he took the codebook directly from the auctioneer. After taking Xia Xiu back to the hotel, Jiang Chen returned to his room on the top floor of the Central with the $3 million codebook. When he got home, Aisha had already filled the bathtub with water. The water temperature was just right. With Aisha's service, Jiang Chen took a relaxing bubble bath. Wrapped in a bath towel from the bathroom, he returned to the study and took a briefcase with the codebook. Jiang Chen sat directly at the desk. Dark gray leather covered the dust full of history. Nothing was written on the cover of the codebook. Only a small swastika was engraved in the middle of the cover. Like the host of the auction said, densely packed characters filled the yellowed paper as he turned to the second page. But when he thought about it, the famous MI6 spent half a century trying to decipher it without fruition. It wouldn't be any different with the effort of an individual. Jiang Chen sighed. Just as he was about to close the book, Jean suddenly said, "The Newman password, invented in 2059, belongs to the disordered large quantity password that is organized by the quantum algorithm in the early days and can only be restored through a specific algorithm formula. Theoretically, if there is no codebook, considering the cryptography of the quantum algorithm, this piece of information has no solution using contemporary decryption technology." When Jiang Chen heard Jean's words, he took a moment to process the information and immediately looked at Jean in excitement. "Wait. You mean you know how to decipher this?" Jean turned her head and told Jiang Chen what she could do with her actions. Through the pupils in the hologram, a stream of green data flowed. After about half a minute, this secret that troubled MI6 for half a century was translated on the holographic screen. 36,000 characters were crushed into large pieces of text and graphics in accordance with a special algorithm. Like spells, they were arranged in layers under Jean's command. When all the information was extracted, Jiang Chen discovered in the bottom right corner of the holographic screen that the data released by the 36,000 characters was 2.7 GB in size. How could anyone decipher this? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Jiang Chen looked at the image on the holographic panel in disbelief and asked Jean. "During deciphering, I used 4.7% of the computing resources on the quantum computer," Jean replied in an indifferent voice. Without the computational power of a quantum computer, without knowing the translation formula, it would be almost impossible to crack the information in the codebook. Or to put it another way, even if you knew the translation formula of the codebook, if you wanted to release more than 36,000 characters into a 2.7 gigabyte file, it would be extremely difficult to do purely by hand. Jiang Chen couldn't understand the mathematical formula, but he could recognize the graphs. V-2 rockets, jet engines, Mi-163 Comet interceptors, BV-246 gliding missiles, Ho-229 experimental battle suits, atomic bomb design plans, and some strange things that even the reserve search engines couldn't find. Obviously, Germany didn't complete the translation of the codebook even at the last moment. Even if they controlled the formula. Unbelievable, these incredible technologies of the Third Reich were actually recorded in 36,000 characters. Jiang Chen looked at the holographic screen for a long time and finally sighed. Who would have thought the fate of the entire empire was in such a booklet? Unfortunately, this booklet didn't save the fate of the empire. The Golden Apple, Code Book. His finger tapped on the arm of the chair gently. Jiang Chen recalled the issue he discussed with Lin Lin about the space colonization ship. They sent signals to this dimension of Earth through Klein particle waves. Lin Lin once told him the amount of information the Golden Apple is able to receive is limited. In this case, the purpose of the codebook was evident. The Golden Apple's small water pipe obviously wasn't enough to transfer a 2.7 gigabyte file, so the space colonization ship entered the void of the colonial ship, first passed the 36,000 characters through the Golden Apple to the Führer and passed on the codebook to translate the characters. It was equivalent to compressing the 2.7 gigabyte file, then tossing in the decompression tool together with the compressed file. Although the reason why the people on the colonization ship chose Germany as their spokesperson was unknown, but it was certain that their plans fell short. Even with these incredible technologies, the Third Reich still perished in the steel floods of the two superpowers. These technologies were obviously all based on the technology of the 40s. They could no longer be considered incredible. Any rocket engine could easily defeat the old V-2 rocket. Jiang Chen was a bit disappointed when he realized this. He previously thought he could learn some interesting stuff in this notebook, like the technology from the void. However, survivors who were lost in the void seemed to have considered that over-advanced technology would not only have a benign impact on the Third Reich, but it would lead them to infuse a large amount of scientific research resources into meaningless projects. It was like throwing Einstein a set of nuclear fusion equations. He couldn't have made the hydrogen bomb before making the atomic bomb. But even without the technology, at least he now possessed the treasures of the Third Reich. Although Jiang Chen didn't lack money, searching for a treasure not known to the world has always been a boy's romance. His fingers scrolled through the holographic screen, bored, and the technology that had already been outdated passed by in front of him. However, when he yawned and turned to the last picture, he suddenly stopped. On the holographic screen was a fortress among the glacial snow mountains. The remnants of the void not only presented weapons from the Führer of the Third Reich, but also offered him a design map of a castle. Detailed instructions for carrying out the construction were already recorded in the drawing, and even the construction site was clearly written on it. Jiang Chen's eyes scanned the last two lines of the image and captured three key words. Fallout shelter, Antarctica, just in case. Just in case. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? The door of the room was pushed open. In a loose white towel, Aisha walked to Jiang Chen's side with a cup of coffee. She just showered, and her white neck was covered with pearls of water droplets. Her soft skin was as tender as tofu. Pushing the holographic screen to the side, Jiang Chen turned the chair and took a sip of the coffee from her. The sweet bitterness diffused in his taste buds, soothing his hardwired nerves and his tightened eyebrows. Putting the coffee down, Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the well-behaved Aisha. He whispered, "Thank you." Aisha grinned, leaned over him with her petite and graceful body and kissed him softly on his forehead. Go to bed early, my dear. The love in the kiss awakened a particular string in his heart. Jiang Chen's heart gradually began to burn in a passionate fire. Aha, I'll head to bed soon. Gently patting Aisha's back, Jiang Chen got up and leaned closer to her ear. Wait for me. However, after some contemplation, Jiang Chen also didn't understand what this, just in case, actually referred to. Was it meant to leave a seed for the Third Reich or for something else? And this fortress was just a blueprint. Did the Führer really send people to Antarctica and constructed the Doomsday Fortress following the instructions from the remnants of the Void? And as far as the location on this map was concerned, the fortress seemed to be buried in the permafrost. It remained an unsolved mystery whether it was possible to survive in such a place. Should I go to Antarctica? This idea suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind and exploded uncontrollably. Fallout shelters couldn't determine the outcome of the war, and at most, they provided the losers with a dying grave. No matter how he thought about it, it was meaningless to do so. However, the remnants of the Void wouldn't insert a piece of useless information in the characters for no reason. They did, and they certainly must have their reasons. What could the reasons be? The next morning, Jiang Chen returned to Coral Island with Aisha and Xia Xiyu after spending a wonderful time in Penglai. For work reasons, Natasha boarded a plane the day before the charity ball and returned to Moscow. It was only the three of them on the return flight. Back on the island, Xia Xiyu's first task was to go home and drop off her luggage, and the second task was to go to Future Building. A week without stepping into the office, the accumulated workload must be as high as a mountain. Although her assistant could help her take care of some documents, many of them concern the direction of the group's business and must be handled by her. Jiang Chen returned to the mansion with Aisha. After a short break, he also started to busy himself. On the one hand, he was preparing for his Antarctica trip. On the other hand, he recently planned to build an undersea tunnel to connect the 9 Panu Islands together. As a result, people wouldn't need to travel by ship, and they could drive directly to any corner of Xian in just a vehicle. If a country wished to be prosper, they must first build roads. It was the unchanging principle throughout history. If there was an undersea tunnel that could unite the 9 islands of the Panu archipelago, it would provide a huge boost to the economy of the entire country. Apart from that, once this tunnel was completed, the demand for cars in Xian would surely explode. However, despite this, building a tunnel wasn't an easy task. There were many ways to build an undersea tunnel. There were 4 representative types such as the drilling and blasting method used in tunnels in Xiamen and Qingdao, the immersed pipe method used in Xiangjiang, the drilling machine method used in the English Channel, and the shield method used in Japan. However, these 4 methods all shared one characteristic in common. Expensive. Very expensive. Take Hua as an example. 123 kilometers of the Dalianyentai high-speed rail undersea tunnel under construction had a bill as high as 260 billion renminbi, and the average cost per kilometer exceeded 2 billion. Even if the 129 million cost of the high-speed rail per kilometer was taken out, just the cost of building a pipeline was an astronomical figure. And this budget was only a conservative estimate. If all 9 Panu Islands were connected, it wouldn't be as short as 123 kilometers. The distance directly between the southernmost island Anj and Coral Island exceeded 150 kilometers, which was equivalent to the distance from Wanghai to Hangzhou. A conservative estimate was that the undersea section of the tunnel must be at least 300 kilometers long to connect all Panu 9 islands. If the project was contracted to a builder in Hua, the entire project would cost at least $60 billion. $60 billion, good lord, this money would be enough to build 2 more Penglai cities. Even if Future Group was rich, it obviously wasn't possible to spend in this manner. Fortunately, Future Heavy Industries made breakthroughs in graphene technology in semiconductor-type graphene and high-strength nanomaterials. It could be said that no scientific research institution in the entire world was a worthy opponent of Future Group's material science laboratory. Among them, the use of graphene plates on future building was a breakthrough in driving down the cost of construction of undersea tunnels. If a tougher material than steel could be used as the outer wall of the tunnel, the progress of the entire project would undoubtedly be much easier. At the beginning of April, Future Heavy Industries selected a partner from hundreds of construction companies worldwide through public bidding, the Victoria Construction Company registered in Xiangjiang. The construction company once designed and constructed 2 undersea tunnels and had a deep knowledge of the immersed pipe method. Considering that the immersed pipe method was more suitable for the performance of graphene materials, Jiang Chen ultimately decided on this company as the final candidate. After the successful bid, Victoria Construction immediately dispatched Wu Weiyu, an engineer who specialized in undersea tunnels, to Xi'an to discuss the application of graphene materials in the construction of the undersea tunnel. Just as Wu Weiyu landed, Jiang Chen immediately invited him to the high-tech park on Ange Island. In the center of the spacious factory building was a semi-cylindrical archway about 12 meters wide and about 5 meters high. The 4 walls of the archway were transparent, but the sheen of the glass wasn't visible on the surface. Taking Wu Weilu to the side of this transparent archway, Jiang Chen took a hammer from the staff and smashed the archway. Dong! There was a muffled sound and the sound echoed in the closed archway. Wu Weiyu looked at the spot where Jiang Chen smashed the hammer, and his eyes widened in shock. "This is our prototype." Jiang Chen smiled. He returned the hammer to the staff and patted Wu Weiyu on the shoulder. "The outer wall of the tunnel is to be made of graphene material, 10 times the strength of molybdenum nickel steel. Its longitudinal extension is stronger than all metal materials except there's an issue with high temperature resistance. Of course, chances of catching fire in the sea are pretty small. There may be traffic accidents in the tunnel which may cause a fire, even in the ocean." While stroking the outer wall of the graphene archway, Wu Weiyu mumbled to himself, "But we can paint on inner wall flame retardants, this should be an easy fix." After a short pause, Wu Weiyu looked back at Jiang Chen and asked him seriously, "What's the cost of this graphene material?" "For this archway, about 1 meter is about $700. 1 meter, $700. 1 kilometer was $70,000, this cost was much cheaper than steel. If a large sum of money could be saved on the materials, the construction cost of the entire project would undoubtedly be cut several times." With this thought in mind, Wu Weiyu's eyes on Jiang Chen suddenly turned brighter. Victoria Construction Company must find a way to obtain the graphene tunnel. If this high-strength, low-cost building material could be obtained, Victoria would undoubtedly gain strong market competitiveness in the global tunnel construction market. Not to mention the quality of the project, just one deal would be enough to murder countless competitors. Victoria Construction Company must establish a long-term strategic partnership with Future Heavy Industrial. Wu Weiyu already made up his mind secretly. After the end of today's trip, he would make a phone call to his boss and be sure to clearly explain the pros and cons. If they could obtain this deal, it would be a huge achievement and promotion would no longer be a dream. That passionate gaze made Jiang Chen shudder as he subconsciously distanced himself. What the? Could this guy be? The first day of negotiations ended on a high note. After returning to the hotel, Wu Weiyu immediately contacted his boss. The next day, Victoria Construction Company moved 2 construction ships, 2 survey helicopters, and a professional construction team from the Xiangjiang headquarters. They took several laps around Panu Island to survey the structure of the seabed, and delineate the construction route and series of other tasks. 3 days later, Victoria Construction Company proposed a macro design plan and determined the project length and route as well as a budget. Wu Weiyu immediately took a stack of documents 5 centimeters thick to Jiang Chen. "This is the plan we proposed. The tunnel starts from the northernmost Garin Island in the Panu archipelago, passes through Koro Island, and ends on Ange Island, connecting the rest of the 6 islands via slip roads. The tunnel will use a transparent graphene shell. 319 kilometers in length and a two-way 12-lane road. Driving in the tunnel will be the same as driving on the sea floor. Here is the engineering concept diagram. I bet the Panu Undersea Expressway will make its mark in the history of modern architecture. Wu Weiyu ecstatically pounded his chest and vowed to Jiang Chen. The transparent undersea tunnel wouldn't only serve as a transportation belt for Xi'an, but it would also become a world-famous tourist attraction with a total length of 319 kilometers. Under the attraction of light, fish would inhabit the vicinity of the tunnel. While enjoying a tour of Panu, tourists could enjoy the beautiful scenery outside the window. It would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Jiang Chen took the proposal from Wu Weiyu's hands, flipped through the pages and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed he had a good vision. This Victoria Construction Company was indeed capable of completing this project. How much will the project cost? The construction of the graphene pipeline is provided by Future Heavy Industrial and isn't included in the project cost. Our budget for this undersea tunnel is $10.17 billion and no more than $12 billion. At an average price of around 200 to 300 million RMB per kilometer, this price was already quite cheap. Including the cost from Future Heavy Industries, the graphene material for the entire project would be around $500 million. Excellent, this project will be yours. I will send scientists from Future Heavy Industries to your project team temporarily as technical consultants for graphene materials. Jiang Chen signed the letter of intent on investment. Send the contract to my CEO tomorrow and start construction the day after tomorrow. Can you do it? No problem. Wu Weiyu said without hesitation. Then you can go now. Jiang Chen smiled. Right after Wu Weiyu left, Future Group also completed the registration of a subsidiary named Panu Undersea High-Speed Management Company and injected $15 billion into the subsidiary. The next day, the Victoria Construction Company sent a contract to the subsidiary to complete the signing of the Undersea Expressway project. At this point, this $12 billion project was formally announced. After just spending billions of dollars on the space elevator, $15 billion was invested into the undersea tunnel. Typically, Future Group wouldn't be able to squeeze out so much cash. But now, there wasn't much concern. Future Bank had already reached 24.49 million depositors since its establishment. Total deposits had been converted into $192.1 billion based on current exchange rates. After half a month of tightening the lending rate, there was no issue with providing $15 billion of fresh blood for Future Group. Jiang Chen no longer needed to worry about liquidity for the company. Only when the blood flowing in their blood vessels was sufficient would the behemoth Future Group take off and expand at a faster pace to transform the world. Of course, the premise was that there were no major operational mistakes. On the other hand, Future Bank was in the process of going public. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be successful on the New York Stock Exchange in mid-May to issue 30% of the shares. According to the news brought by Future Bank CEO, Future Bank just entered the asset review stage. With a $15 billion loan, Future Bank could increase its P/E ratio and earn more money from investors. After Jiang Chen finished setting the direction of the tunnel, there were three other pieces of good news from Future Technology. The first good news was that Virtual Image Production Company completed the modeling of Gliese 581G. According to the data sponsored by the International Astronomical Association, the planet's surface environment was restored in a 1-to-1 ratio. As a result, the Time Curtain would enter the second phase of shooting. With the help of powerful virtual reality processing technology, Director Nolan would be able to express his free-flowing imagination and demonstrate the collision between two homogeneous origin but heterogeneous structure civilizations for the audience. To be honest, although Jiang Chen read the script, he was still looking forward to the stunning masterpiece Nolan would bring to his audience. He also sincerely blessed this friend to fulfill his dream to become the first director to win an Academy Award for Best Film using a sci-fi genre. The second good news came from Veer City. After several months of hard work, the Game Development Department of Future Technology completed the production of Veer City Beta after integrating the famous maxis and designers of Rockstar Studio. Although the game was still only in beta, this program already possessed a city scale. The satellite imagery of Shanghai, Beijing, Shanghai, New York, London, Paris and other large cities captured by the Sky IX-1 satellite was analyzed and constructed by smart programs. Over 100 programmers completed the modeling of Veer City. In addition to its rich infrastructure, tens of thousands of user-selectable building plans and a new city-based mission system designed by Rockstar would provide users with a wealth of game content while meeting users' social needs. At present, Veer City opened a total of 100,000 beta testing codes to users from multiple countries as part of the internal beta testing for social media software. If there were no major problems after the test, this Veer City would enter the Phantom in the fall for users to download. Jiang Chen was extremely pleased. Ning Huajian, CEO of Future Technology, perfectly replicated his original idea. The only regret was that the GTA 7 he was looking forward to may be bounced for an indefinite period. Future Group mercilessly headhunted 17 developers of Rockstar, leading to stagnation of the development of GTA 7. Jiang Chen was very hesitant when he made the decision. From Vice City, he had always been a loyal player in the GTA series. However, this series was now ruined in his hands and he was extremely regretful. While regretful, it was a decision he made. He still couldn't stop shaking his head at the thought that if Take-Two agreed to sell Rockstar, he wouldn't have needed to go through the trouble to headhunt. If Rockstar was acquired by Future Technology, he could produce a GTA based entirely on the VR platform. Crimes would be completely restored in the real New York, shooting against gangs in the dark alley, street racing against the police, experiencing Fast and Furious through virtual reality. Just thinking about this made him excited. But would two realistic crime simulations increase the crime rate in real life? It wasn't an outcome Jiang Chen could predict. Chapter 770 Veer Game Online. The last piece of good news was about Phantom Helmet from Future Technology. In early April, Future Technology held a special VR game industry summit in the Silicon Valley subsidiary. Future Technology invited hundreds of renowned game companies and studios worldwide and signed a VR technology sharing agreement. As early as the beginning of last year, Future Technology responded to the demands of parties to open up VR software development tools. However, because there were no supporting training sessions, major game companies and studios were extremely slow when transplanting their games to the VR platform. In addition, aside from the large vendors such as Microsoft, Sony, Sega, and Ubisoft, almost no one had the financial resources to rent a supercomputer as their own game server. It was precisely because of this that until April this year, there was still no large-scale VR game other than Godly Land on the market. But now this situation would soon change. According to the signed VR technology sharing agreement, Future Group would send technical consultants to major game companies to train groups of developers who could skillfully use basic VR development tools. Future Group would hold 5% of the shares of the participating game companies. This 5% stake would enable Future Technology to acquire a seat on the board of directors in these companies. However, Future Group promised to exercise only limited voting rights on the board of directors. At the same time, in the latest update of Phantom Helmet, the icon of Veer Game was added to the menu interface, although it was only a black frame with the words, "Stay tuned," at the moment. The positioning of Veer Game was similar to Steam on PC. Users could purchase games through Veer Game. All companies that joined the technology sharing agreement would be eligible to join Veer Game. For games sold by other companies, Future Technology only charged 20% of the total sales as channel fees as well as a relatively low server renting cost based on server resource demands. For technical reasons, Future Group completely sealed the possibility of piracy on the channel, and VR games were the future of games for the next era. Therefore, once the Veer Game application was launched, it immediately attracted the attention of countless developers. What's more, some shareholders even directly announced at the shareholders' meeting that they would devote all their energy to the development of VR games and completely abandon the piracy-rampant PC field. At the same time, the launch of VR game also allowed Chinese game makers to be hopeful. At the beginning of 2000, China had a lot of outstanding standalone games, including Butterfly Meteor Sword and Chinese Paladins. However, these masterpieces that once hoped to compete with Japanese game companies were, without exception, dead in their own hands. They didn't even make it out of the country before being bankrupted by piracy. The only Chinese Paladin series that barely survived today began to sell games based on people's nostalgia. But now this situation could finally end. All VR games would be run on future group servers, and any server rental applications without copyright would be rejected. In addition, the genre issues that some countries' game makers worried about could also be perfectly resolved in VR game. The platform's own translation system would eliminate the problem of language barriers. Even if you made a game that couldn't be published in the country due to censorship, you could sell it in XIN and conquer the global market. The backdoors in Phantom Helmet also made it possible for players in other regions to jump over the walls to purchase games for sale in XIN. In other words, as long as your game was good enough, even if it was sold in XIN with a population less than 100,000 people, the sales volume would still be able to break 100 million. Could the people in the government go to XIN and burn their servers? According to the relevant provisions of the WTO on virtual product services, there were no tariffs when selling games in different countries, therefore this wouldn't be classified as a tax avoidance move. It was foreseeable that in the next few years, there would be a wave of outstanding quality VR games on Phantom, which would cement future technology's dominance and develop VR into a flourishing market. Microsoft Game Studios, or MGS for short, was a wholly owned subsidiary of Microsoft that developed and distributed games for Windows-based personal computers, Xbox, and Xbox 360 game consoles. Its development game involved various fields from RTS to RPG. Classic titles included Age of Empires, Fable, and Halo. The consideration of MGS as the richest console game company wasn't an exaggeration. At the summit, Future Technology invited MGS, and MGS CEO Aidan Nelson also personally attended the summit. After attending the VR game industry summit in Silicon Valley, Aidan stepped out of the venue and immediately flew back to Redmond, Washington, and took his suitcase directly to Microsoft headquarters. He handed the suitcase to his assistant and stood at the door of the CEO's office. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. As he expected, CEO Satya Nadella was working. When he saw Aidan entering through the door, Satya put the pen down and looked at him. "How did it go?" Aidan opened his hands and didn't know how to answer the question. He merely took out a document from his briefcase. This is a VR technology sharing agreement provided by Future Technology. The fruit they gave is very sweet, but the conditions, Aidan spat out some words after a long pause, are very harsh. Satya didn't seem to hear any of his words. She took a look at the documents and flipped through them. Half an hour later, Satya laid down her documents, picked up a pen resting on the side, and signed her name at the end. Not bad. Satya looked at the name and swallowed. Do we really want to let them control the MGS? Although it's only 5% of the shares, think about it from another perspective, paying 5% of the shares will allow MGS to live. This isn't a bad ending at all. Satya grunted and shook her head with a smile. Deducting 5% of the shares of MGS was equivalent to using $500 million to join this agreement. With only $500 million in exchange for the possibility of entering the field of virtual reality, this deal didn't seem bad at all. What's more, Microsoft didn't have much choice. The introduction of VR equipment was like an industry reshuffle. In this shuffle, even a small workshop with a market value of $1 might become the market-leading company with a market value of $10 billion in the future. What was certain was that those small indie companies must have signed without hesitation. If Microsoft hesitated this time, MGS may be surpassed by these indie companies in the field of VR. Ignore the agreement. Future technology also promised compensation for companies with high market value. This compensation was mainly reflected in the distribution of training resources. Large companies possessed more abundant talent pools, and future technology would also send more technical consultants to help them become familiar with development tools. Anyway, they were now a family. The next strategic goal of MGS is to port Minecraft to VR game. The only requirement is to occupy the sandbox game market before everyone else. Minecraft, which Microsoft bought for $2.5 billion, originally was prepared to be ported to HoloLens. However, sales of HoloLens was their first defeat in the VR field. Porting Minecraft to a competitor's platform was, in a sense, equivalent to a defeat. But from another perspective, it was also a choice. After all, it wouldn't be wise to fight to the death in VR devices against Future Group, who had an absolute advantage. But, is this really okay? After picking up the agreement and looking at the expressionless CEO, Aiden finally stopped himself from asking the question that lingered in his head. Chapter 771 Is this really okay? Is this really okay? Xia Xiyu and Ning Huajian had both asked Jiang Chen the same question at least once. However, Jiang Chen's answer was very simple. Although there were some areas that were not professional, the overall grasp on the macro trend still persuaded the two meticulous subordinates. Just with our company, VR alone would have taken us 100 years to finish, and we may not even finish it. In this case, we might as well invite more companies to join in. Then we can make this cake bigger, and finally, come in with a knife and cut the cake. In the MMORPG market, we still maintain an absolute monopoly. Using the quantum computer to provide online services for games, most game companies can only afford limited online capabilities. It is absolutely impossible to achieve the size of Godly Land. I'm more inclined to follow the strategy of Future 1.0. Give up the small and medium-sized games and focus on maintaining an absolute monopoly in the high-end gaming market. We should maximize user stickiness, and then open up the surrounding markets, such as live streaming and esports. And the most critical thing is that we have the world's only quantum computer as the server. Unless they pay big money to rent NASA's servers at a loss, they will never be able to leave us. Their operating costs will always be controlled by us. We only need to maintain the advantage and not kick the opponents out of the race. After determining the next step strategy for future technology in the field of VR, Ning Huajia immediately began to set up a VR game project department to complete the development of the VR game. On the other hand, technical consultants to be sent to various companies had also been selected. All consultants sent to foreign countries must abide with stricter confidentiality agreements to ensure that they would not be headhunted away. They would return to the company after the end of the one-year training period. These technical consultants sent to foreign countries would be promoted as compensation for their overseas work. Future technology aside, the application submitted by Future Group to the United Nations for the establishment of an Antarctic scientific research station had already been approved. The proposed project temporarily included 3 items: polar geological structure exploration, hydroenvironment exploration, and flammable ice research. The review process was actually very simple. It was submitted by XIN as the member states of the United Nations and passed in accordance with the procedures. After all, for member countries, the United Nations had very little binding force. As long as the country would not cause a substantial impact on the ecological environment of Antarctica, any country could establish a research station in Antarctica. The premise was that you have to have the technology and budget. At the end of April, Jiang Chen resupplied the warehouses in the apocalypse. At the same time, Lin Lin gave him good news in excitement. The Garden of Eden, which had been in construction for nearly 2 years now, was finally finished. The completion of the Garden of Eden meant that food production in the apocalypse could finally be self-sufficient. The biosphere, which was completely closed to the outside world, would become the real Garden of Eden in the apocalypse. Under the leadership of the NAC, it would draw nutrients from the wasteland, rebuild pre-war prosperity, and germinate the seed of civilization. The survivors on the mainland must also face a choice that they have to consider. To the south or to the north? It was foreseeable that, in the near future, civil war was bound to erupt between NAC, led by General Jiang Chen, and the Northern Alliance area, self-determined to be the righteous ruler. Only then would the foundation be laid for the right to rule the land. It was precisely because of this that even if the province of Suong returned to stability, the military government did not cut its spending for the military industry. The expeditionary force occupying Izhou would continue to expand south, integrating the survivors of the Pan-Asia cooperation and collectively respond to the threat from the north. Before returning to the modern world, Jiang Chen paid his dues for 2 days. Although it was an amazing experience to pay his dues, for 2 days in a row, he felt his kidneys not being able to handle the intensive workload. Especially for the 2 girls with superior attributes, Sun Jiao and Xiaoro, their stamina in certain activities was more impressive. After returning to the modern world, Jiang Chen finally had some free time and began preparations for the trip to Antarctica. As a continent surrounded by the sea, Antarctic was 2,350 meters above sea level and was the highest continent in the world. More than 95% of the Antarctic continent was covered with ice and snow all year round. The lack of oxygen in the air and the reflection of solar radiation on the surface of ice and snow made it the coldest region in the world. The annual average temperature was usually between -50 and -60 degrees Celsius, with a low that could reach 88 degrees C. It was said that working there, rubbing your nose may accidentally rip your nose off. Exploring in such a hazardous place is extremely dangerous if one is not adequately prepared. In addition to a polar cruiser purchased from a ship company, Jiang Chen also prepared a lot of equipment from the apocalypse for dealing with extremely cold weather such as constant temperature tents, snow-melting agents, ice-breaking bombs, and dozens of hummingbird drones that could adapt to various uses in low-temperature environments. 20 people would take on the endeavor to visit Antarctica to set up a research station. They would consist of soldiers, scientists, and adventure lovers. Taking into account the main purpose of this trip to the South Pole, the soldiers of Celestial accounted for half of those on the trip. Especially as there may be unaccountable dangers inside that fortress. In addition to the 20 people, Jiang Chen also brought Garrett along. As for Aisha, Jiang Chen did not ask her to come. Instead, he told her to command the ghost agents and keep a close eye on the movement of Rothschild. It would be impossible to go to Antarctica unnoticed. Intuition told Jiang Chen that Rothschild, the problematic old friend, must also be keeping an eye on this codebook. After the military operations in Kenya, the modified soldier Garrett was incorporated into the Sea Lions Special Forces as captain. All soldiers serving in the Sea Lions were examined for both combat effectiveness and loyalty. These war machines were not only equipped with a large number of high-tech weapons but also had implanted nanochips in the spinal nerves to achieve rapid tactical command through retinal imaging. When Jiang Chen asked him, he looked at Jiang Chen blankly, directly expressing his confusion. The South Pole? Is there anything there? To protect the science research team. Garrett's expression turned even more bizarre. It was the first time he had heard such bizarre thing like sending special forces to protect the Antarctic research station. Do penguins threaten the safety of researchers? That is ridiculous. Jiang Chen obviously saw the confusion. He said and smiled, on the surface, this is a mission to protect the scientists. But in fact, I need to take you with me for a mission. It is unclear whether or not there will be danger, but we have to be cautious just in case. Garrett's expression instantly changed and immediately said. Is there a mission briefing? The content of the mission is top secret. I'll tell you after arriving at the destination. Then, Jiang Chen got up and left the barracks. The ship had a 150-meter-long hull, with a width of more than 20 meters. The midsection was equipped with 2 mechanical arms. A helicopter landing pad was located in the front with an Arctic version of the Mi-8 helicopter. The side of the hull was painted with the giant words that spelled out in red, Pathfinder. It was the name of the Polar Expedition vessel and the name of the Antarctic Research Group. There were no grand ceremonies. After the 24 members, including Jiang Chen, boarded the ship, the Pathfinder left the port in a low-key manner. They crossed the equator and headed south. Not until all personnel boarded did the crew members surprisingly discover they were on the same boat as the famous president of Future Group. "My name is Jiang Chen, obviously you already know that. Just go on with your tasks, I'm just taking a trip to check out the South Pole." The ship moved, and the leader of the team held a briefing session. All the crew members attended and Jiang Chen did not exclude himself. At the meeting, he made a brief introduction. After finishing his introduction, he headed back to his room and left the shocked crowd still in the cabin. After the meeting, 4 girls that specialized in surveying gathered together and went to the cafeteria for food. On the way, the 4 girls quickly began to gossip. "Oh, is that really Jiang Chen? That's the one on TV. The president of Future Group with multiple 100 billion companies, but why is he on our ship?" A girl covered her mouth with her eyes widened dead. "On the same boat with the president, my God, this is just the perfect beginning of a Korean drama." Another girl said with stars flickering in her eyes. "Wake up, Chan, it's time to take your medicine." The girl standing next to her passed her lunch box. "I hate you. Screw you." The girl called Chan blushed and softly hit her friend. From the equator, the South Pole was close to 10,000 kilometers away. At the highest speed of the Pathfinder, being 18 knots, it would take them about 2 weeks. Not until now did Jiang Chen realize how terrible of a decision he made not bringing Aisha. With Aisha, at least he didn't have to spend the nights alone. Now, his only pleasure all day was to stay in the bedroom with a phantom helmet, using quantum communication satellite Wi-Fi to play online games. The total number of female creatures in the entire vessel was scarce. First of all, the soldiers were all males. Second, all the scientific researchers were basically male. The only 4 female scientists were quite interested in him, but Jiang Chen was not interested in spending an intimate moment with them. However, time did fly by quickly while playing online games and enjoying the sea breeze. Although Jiang Chen had an administrator account, he did not use it. He registered an account and created an archer, and began to level up from level 1. It was certainly fun playing this game. In particular, when someone showed off in front of him, he would secretly open a hack and one-shot them with a magic arrow. It felt amazing. After playing for more than 2 weeks, he met several interesting netizens, but Jiang Chen didn't state his identity. When the Pathfinder approached Antarctica, he would probably stop playing the game. In the last 3 days, the temperature began to gradually drop, and when the icebergs began to become a common sight, the Pathfinder was approaching Antarctica. Even Jiang Chen's body conditions couldn't stand the weather anymore, and he had put on thick winter clothes. The winter clothes were all made by the textile factories of the 6th Street. They looked like down jackets, but they were warmer. Sponge-like cotton wool was sandwiched by a warming wire, which could be adjusted by the touch screen around the wrist. After the clothes were made, the scientists could not wait to put them on. Every trip to the South Pole is not a pleasant experience, regardless of the country, at least from the temperature perspective. However, with the winter coats, although their nose would still be frozen, at least their bodies felt more comfortable. Fortunately, there were no glaciers to deal with along the way. The Pathfinder bypassed Scott Island, sailed smoothly into the Ross Sea, made a simple replenishment at the Hallett station. Arguably, these inspection stations, in principle, did not sell supplies externally, but they all have exceptions. It was clearly not Captain Marshall Keller's first trip to the South Pole. He was familiar with the situation there. It is an unwritten rule to help each other here. The surface of the sea is prone to freezing, and anyone may experience a situation where the supply vessel is delayed. If you have excess supplies on hand, selling it to others is equivalent to saving someone's life. Of course, the price may be slightly more expensive. After the supplying was completed, a UA wrapped like a polar bear kneeled by the railing and greeted the people on the ship. "Hey, guys, where did your clothes come from? I mean, is it not cold to wear such thin clothes?" When he was shouting this sentence, he had an Ohio accent. There was an immigrant from the same state on Jiang Chen's ship, so he shouted back. "Ha! Wearing this thing is just like wearing a heater." At the same time, the Ohio man also showed off the logo on his chest, afraid his fellow friend couldn't see the brand of their clothes. Future Textile. Well, the two words were what he ordered to be printed. However, this so-called Future Textile still remained on the drawing board. He has been hesitating to enter the textile industry where profits were not so lucrative. The man who was standing at the side of the observation station looked at the clothes, full of envy. While he didn't recognize the words, no one in the world didn't recognize the character, Future. Turn on the phone and you'll recognize it. Future 1.0 still maintained a dominant market share in the smartphone industry, and the name Future almost became synonymous with high-tech. He looked at the Pathfinder departing and shook his head. Moving his legs buried in the snow, he walked toward the hut. If it were an adventure to the pole, most tourists would choose Ross Sea as a landing point. This was because it was the most southern waters that can be reached by ships, and it was also the traditional route that humans used to reach the South Pole with ships. However, Jiang Chen and others were not trying to challenge the world's extreme, but explore the treasures of the Third Reich. So after completing the replenishment, the Pathfinder directly sailed out of the Ross Sea and traveled along the shore of George V, toward the Wilkes Land. However, what the people did not know was that shortly after they left the inspection station at Hallett, the man with a thick down coat walked behind the station and took out a satellite phone. The lips under the shadow spat out white mist. "They have arrived. If the cold blizzard is like a knife, then the earth is used as a chopping board, and the people are fish and meat. Snow gusting, the heaven is the furnace, and it melts everything into white silver." When seeing the snow dancing and whirling into a white wall in the storm, Jiang Chen recalled this dance by Jin Yong. They seem to have ran out of luck. On the shores of George V, the Pathfinder encountered a blizzard from the pole. Bean-sized ice cubes flung against the ship, but the Pathfinder, designed for bad weather, wouldn't be stopped by a small blizzard like this. Because of the uncertainty of where the eye of the storm was located, Captain Marshall, in order to prevent the Pathfinder from rolling over, directly placed the large ice-breaking bow in the direction of the storm and then anchored the ship to wait for the storm to pass. While waiting, the leader of the research team gathered its members and crew together. 50 people sat around 5 tables and began to eat hot pot in the cafeteria. A couple of Californians who couldn't eat the chili peppers was screaming about how it was too hot and attracted the friendly laughter of others. The storm was blowing outside and the pot was lit inside. It was a great experience. Jiang Chen had not eaten hot pot for a long time. It was the first time he had eaten such spicy hot pot. He had to eat several bowls of rice to down the food. With the president being so down-to-earth, the members also became less reserved. A pretty little girl was adding rice for him. Regardless of the skin color, everyone spoke the same language. Everyone ate meat, drank alcohol, and chatted freely. But Garrett was stubborn and didn't drink. As soldiers of the Sea Lions Special Forces, protecting the safety of Jiang Chen was their top priority. Not to mention not a single drop of alcohol, they must take shifts when eating. With such strict discipline, although he felt bad for the soldiers, he didn't say anything. Discipline was discipline. For soldiers, discipline was above all else. Since it was Garrett's team, everything was up to him. Jiang Chen knew very clearly that giving directions as the president would only cause trouble for other people. The storm persisted until the next morning. The Pathfinder has stowed the anchor, adjusted its course, and continued along the shores of George V. Inside the control room, Captain Marshall had just lit a cigar and was frowning slightly at the map. After a while, he put down the cigar and looked at Jiang Chen with questions in his eyes. Jiang Chen was standing on the side with his arms folded. Just 10 minutes ago, the president of the group found him and suddenly asked him to change the original destination and deploy the station on the location marked on the map. Why choose to build a station there? Whether it is the weather conditions or the cost of supplying, this is far less ideal than the Ross Bay. Marshall asked, pointing at the red circle on the map with the two fingers still holding a cigar. But there are abundant flammable ice reservoirs in the nearby sea. Jiang Chen shrugged. The sea floor has abundant flammable ice reservoirs, but that is not the only reason. The closest location to the coordinates on the codebook was the real reason he chose this place. The reason why he did not disclose this information before and suddenly went to find Captain Marshall, was because he was worried that the people on board the ship would leak the information. It's reckless. Marshall shook his head, sighed, and looked at the first officer. Reduce the speed of the ship, the landing point has changed. Although he was not satisfied with the reckless decision, he was the president after all. The salary he now earned was twice that of his peers, and he just couldn't complain for the sake of his salary. Just like this, the Pathfinder made a turn from its original route and diverted to the hinterland of Cape Goodenough. There was a thick layer of ice on the sea, but it was not difficult for a polar expedition ship with ice-breaking capabilities. The large ship's hull directly hit the thick ice, and then crushed the ice directly with its displacement. Just like the roller cruising in the glacier, in the frozen sea, a blue trail was rolled out through the whiteness. Many members of the expedition team stood on the bow and took pictures with their phones. Although it was the first time for some of them to come to the poles, they didn't have much of a chance to see the icebreaker breaking ice before. It was also the first time for many people. Also standing on the bow was Jiang Chen. It was his first time seeing an icebreaker in action. In the past, he always thought that the icebreaker used its bow to cut, but he did not think that in fact, the icebreaker was crashing ice with its own weight. Fortunately, we didn't come across a thick layer of ice that couldn't be crushed. Now, we don't need the explosives anymore. Standing in the air-conditioned cabin, Captain Marshall wiped his sweat off of his face and then looked at Jiang Chen who just came inside. Close the door, my sweat is freezing. Jiang Chen gave him a friendly smile and immediately closed the door behind him. He hung his winter coat up and walked next to him. How are things going? With your experience, is this coast suitable for the deployment of a station? The terrain is good, but I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome later for supplying. Marshall glanced at the ice outside the window and picked up a pen to draw a line on the map. We want to make sure that it will not freeze here. We must cut a triangle here and push it out of the region. I suggest we push it out. If we blow it out, the International Environmental Protection Organization may give us trouble. However you see convenient. I believe in your judgment. Jiang Chen laughed. Marshall grinned and put the cigar back in his mouth. Leave it to me. In the middle of Cape Goodenough, on the frozen, the Pathfinder crashed outward along the triangle. Several crewmen in winter clothes jumped out on the triangular ice shelf and drilled a dozen piles from the outer edge of the ice shelf with spikes. The graphene cables were thrown off the boat. The crew members tied the ropes down, and then returned to the boat. These cables were all tied on the mechanical arms of the polar expedition ship, the strongest point of the entire ship. Everything was ready. Marshall, with the same cigar, began to increase the horsepower of the ship. The graphene rope gradually tightened and creaked. At this time, Jiang Chen was surprised to find that the ice surface of several square kilometers was moved by a small ship. Although the surface looks daunting, we just need to give it some speed and it will run out on its own. Marshall said with a smile, pointing out the window. Those cables are really strong. Much stronger than what we used before. We used steel rope before, the toughness was bad. Not only was it susceptible to breaking, it may hurt our own people. Graphene material. Is it? Technology is a magical thing. Marshall grinned. The ice outside the window slowly moved, and the cheer of the crew came from the bow. The members of the research team have returned to the cabin. The Pathfinder was about to land and it was time for them to prepare for their landing. To be honest, April was not a suitable season for a visit to Antarctica. Every year from the winter solstice on December 22nd, the brightest months were in January and February, and they were the most suitable times for traveling to Antarctica. By the summer solstice on June 22nd, the sun would shine north of the equator. The South Pole would welcome polar night and remain in complete darkness. Now in mid-April, after entering the Antarctic Circle, the sun was not far above the sea level, as if it could fall at any time. However, Jiang Chen did not have the patience to wait until next year. 10-meter-long mechanical arms were deployed to move containers on the White Coast. The crew of the expedition got onto the boat and landed on the ice-covered coast one after another. Before boarding, everyone consciously used a vacuum cleaner to clean every corner of their pocket to avoid seeds or other creatures being brought to the South Pole. It was a rule that all surveyors stepping onto Antarctica consciously abided by. The Antarctic ecosystem was extremely fragile and everyone must prevent the ecological disasters caused by the invasion of species. After all the errands were taken care of, Jiang Chen boarded the last boat and stepped onto the continent of Antarctica. Accepting from the hands of the exhilarated members, Jiang Chen inserted the blue flag into the height of the white desert. The 9 stars that represent the 9 islands of the Panu archipelago swayed in the wind and the palm leaves that surround the 9 stars symbolized victory. As the first South Pole research station, the president should name it. Everyone. What do you think? The leader of the mission, He Gaoyang, said in excitement. Yes. Yes. Please give a name to the research station. Immediately someone responded with whistles. Why don't we call this future research station? It's not creative. With the enthusiasm of the team members, Jiang Chen thought carefully for a moment. With his naming creativity, it would be difficult to think of a good name. Future. He was almost bored of hearing this name. The research team was not an enterprise. There was no need to make it sound like his retail chains. Let's call it Antarctic Gull. Seagulls are the national birds of the Panu archipelago and have not changed even after the change of regime. It is said that the first settlers who arrived in the Panu archipelago were rescued by seagulls, so the colonists who first arrived in the Panu archipelago considered the seagulls as the ambassadors of God. Antarctic Gull Research Station was unanimously agreed upon by the team. Because their trip was planned in a hurry, the team also didn't have a name. Therefore, He Gaoyang decided everyone should vote by democracy to pick a name, and it resulted in the research team being named Antarctic Gull as well. Therefore, the first research station of Xian in Antarctica was established. Named Antarctic Gull. With the help of the crew, the members of the mission started to remove their equipment from the containers. The radio was first set up in the snow, and then the tented dome-shaped house was opened followed by a simple port. Not far away, the chubby penguins formed a line on the snow, revealing their bulging white belly. Flapping their wings from time to time, they watched this group of foolish humans. In order to avoid bothering these cute animals, the station site was chosen to be as far as possible from the activity range. Just as the members of the team began their work, Jiang Chen, Garrett and several members of the Sea Lions Special Forces were preparing to march toward the Antarctic heartland. Where are you going? Hearing Jiang Chen's preparations for leaving the camp, He Gaoyang put aside his work. There was just a storm and I don't rule out the possibility of another sometime soon. I don't think, I'm just going to take a tour. Jiang Chen patted the polar car next to him. There are supplies on this. Even if there is a snowstorm, you don't have to worry about it. Seeing Jiang Chen insisting on going out, Gaoyang didn't try to persuade him further and watched the two polar cars head into the white desert. The headlights shot out high beams to illuminate the road in front of them. The two SUVs blew up the snow and headed directly south. The two polar off-road vehicles named Grizzlies, P3 were Russian products that had proven their reliable performance on the Siberian ice sheet. Two massive tires could smoothly run over the snow without being impeded by any kind of terrain. A car could seat up to 6 people, and could load up to 5 tons of cargo, even exceeding the load of some small trucks. Garrett held the steering wheel, glanced at the coordinates on the map, and then looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting next to him with his eyes closed. "Sir, can you tell us what the mission is now?" "A treasure hunt." Garrett's eyebrows twitched, and he looked at his president in exasperation. Taking a dozen special forces to go to the Antarctic for a treasure hunt, he is certainly a wild one. But he didn't say anything. He closed his mouth and drove. Unfortunately, thanks to Gaoyang's jinx, they really encountered a blizzard. Visibility dropped to a minimum and it was dangerous to drive further. So, the two SUVs stopped on the empty snowfield one after the other, unfolded the brackets on both sides, and fixed the body of the car to the ground. It was getting late and people took out self-heating food. There were roasted sausages, braised beef, dried fish, and rice. The food was wrapped in a hot bag and could be heated with some water. Apart from not seeing vegetables, this meal was quite delicious. After lunch, Jiang Chen looked at the snowstorm screaming outside of the window and continued to rest. They had to wait until late in the evening before the storm finally passed. The two Grizzlies continued on the road and Jiang Chen informed the camp that they would not return for the night. However, while he referred to it as nighttime, he was actually referring to the times of 18 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the 24 hours clock format. In the Antarctic in April, dawn was just a few hours after noon. After that, Antarctica turned dark early with the majestic aurora not far in the distance. Jiang Chen looked at Garrett as he casually asked, "Where are we now?" Garrett double-clicked on the car map and enlarged the area. "We have already entered the heart of Wilkes Land, and the terrain in front will be a bit rough. We are close to our destination. Should we go straight or wait until morning?" "Go now. Maybe we can stay in it overnight," Jiang Chen said. Garrett took some time to process and did not understand what Jiang Chen meant by staying overnight. However, since it was an order, he nodded and set his sights back on the road ahead. Through the plains, the group came to a mountain range covered with snow. The snowstorm is blowing across the mountains. "Let's go back. Forward. Listen to me." With Jiang Chen's order, Garrett gritted his teeth and drove the vehicle into the storming mountains. The storm screamed and the windows were also screaming. Heavy snow blew like a tide. It even annihilated the car's high beam. Just watching through the window, the soldiers sitting in the car could feel the chilliness of the storm. As they closed the distance, Jiang Chen's heart rate also gradually accelerated as he held his breath. Finally, after passing through the layers of the blizzard, the group broke through the limit of nature and came to the forbidden area of life that was guarded by the snowstorm, unveiling the mystery that had been masked for decades. A beam of light scattered on the cement wall embedded in the glaciers and revealed a frozen castle covered in snow and ice. When they saw this frozen fortress, everyone held their breath. Jiang Chen stared at the gigantic door embedded in the glacier and squeezed his hands into fists. His eyes flickered with inexplicable excitement. "Finally, I have found it." If there was something similar between this place and the fallout shelter in the apocalypse, it probably would be the fact that it wouldn't keep anyone alive. The symbol of swastika was frozen in ice crystals as if it were trapped in a frozen tomb. A 5-meter-wide iron gate rose up at the corner of the stone wall. It was buried by the eternal snow with only one edge visible. This place didn't look like it contained any living people. There must be something wrong. Tell me, boss, we are now in the Alps in the northern hemisphere, not at the southernmost point on Earth. Looking at the banner, a soldier whispered in the communications channel. Garrett also widened his eyes and looked at the sign on the door in disbelief. He had heard of the story of Nazis and its Antarctic fallout shelter, but he had never really taken that story seriously. However, what he saw completely changed his worldview and personal values. Treasure Hunt is about the treasures of the Third Reich. Stepping off the polar vehicle, Jiang Chen opened the communication channel and said with a smile. After a long time, Garrett could only respond with, "How can this be? No matter what, this is a fact." Jiang Chen shrugged. "It's getting late. If we don't want to stay here for too long, let's start working." Although Garrett had many questions, he swallowed all of them. Returning to the car, he and several soldiers took out the shovels. With the help of the kinetic skeleton, they shoveled the ground like windmills and quickly dug a hole through the hard as steel ice. Probably half a meter thick, wiping off the ice shards from his face, Garrett hit the iron gate with his shovel, and white mist blew out of his mouth. It could be a meter. Hell, this door is no longer made out of steel. What is it made out of then? Stone. Leaning against the polar car, Jiang Chen laughed. The raging wind was still screaming, leaving little time for everyone. Without keyholes or grips on the gate, whoever shut the place didn't seem to plan to open it again. Jiang Chen ordered the soldiers to the most primitive method against the iron gate embedded into the glacier: explosives. Yes, explosives. Although there was a risk of causing an avalanche, it was undoubtedly the fastest and safest method. And as long as the amount of explosives is controlled, this risk would be reduced to a minimum. Garrett was confident in using explosives as he had served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he was not unfamiliar with them. However, even Garrett wasn't too confident using explosives in an icy and snowy environment. Judging from the number of explosives used and the angle of blasting, Garrett carefully stuck strips of explosives on the iron gate. He gestured to his comrades next to him and pressed the switch. There was a flash, then the sound of the explosion was muffled because of the deep snow, and the heavy door was blown apart. Fortunately, it did not cause an avalanche. The dark tunnel led to the innermost part of the snow mountains. Even when shown with a ray of light, there was no end. There was a stale smell inside, which made one wonder if there was air down there. Soldiers of the Sea Lions Special Forces were ready to fight. They removed their combat equipment from the polar vehicles, started retinal imaging using the nanochips, and formed into fighting formation at the gate. Garrett gestured to the soldier next to him. The soldier nodded and clicked on the touch screen around his arm to start the drone hive behind the polar car. With searchlights, the hummingbird drones rushed into the dark fortress. The tactical camera fed the environment inside directly into their retinas. Jiang Chen did not implant nanochips into his eyes, so he opened the hologram on his wristwatch. Is the air content normal? What a surprise, there are no traps inside nor any living people inside. Should we enter? Garrett asked. Prepare to enter. Prior to this, move our cars inside and don't let them get buried. Garrett, follow me, and the rest of you stay at the door. Roger. The order was issued and the Sea Lions Special Forces immediately moved. They backed the two polar vehicles into the dark tunnel and guarded at the entrance. They were the only things alive in the frozen kingdom. Not even a penguin could be seen. The reason why Jiang Chen ordered the soldiers to stay by the entrance was because he did not want to expose too much information. As for Garrett, Jiang Chen was confident of his loyalty. After all, he was now standing here all thanks to the titanium alloy bones he put inside him. Just like this, the two men followed the pitch-black tunnel. Garrett took control of the drones and responding to Jiang Chen's request, he turned off the camera permission of the soldiers. I feel it's too quiet here. Garrett scanned the dark corners with his rifle. Oh. I don't expect to meet a living person here. Few people could live for a century. Walking behind Garrett, Jiang Chen confirmed the structure of the fortress in the codebook through his watch. There were many speculations about the whereabouts of the Führer. Jiang Chen had consulted relevant sources before coming. 1943 was the turning point of the Eastern battlefield. The end of the Battle of Kursk, the Italian battle was in full swing, and the originally strong Germany collapsed almost instantly. It was also from that year that the genius of speech never made any more speeches. Some people say that he really died. Along with his mistress and children, they were burned by 20 liters of gasoline. Some also said that he took the U-boat to South America and spent the rest of life in a town sympathetic to Nazi in Argentina. Others say he went to Antarctica with more than 200 scientists who disappeared along with thousands of soldiers loyal to him. The first argument was recognized by everyone, while the latter two were thought to be conspiracy theories. But since the Golden Apple and the Codebook both exist, what could be impossible? Anything may be hidden behind this door. Even if he was about to encounter the incredible technology of the 22nd century or even something he had never seen before, he was mentally prepared. But unfortunately, it seemed to be a smooth journey, and the expected traps did not appear. On both sides of the tunnel were many doors, some living spaces, while others served as garages. There were piles of tools, parked construction vehicles, and even tanks. Although the living quarters were constructed, there were no traces of life. At the end of the tunnel was a staircase. From there on, there was no more signal. Garrett and Jiang Chen exchanged eye contact. After receiving instructions from the latter, Garrett transferred the drone terminal from the drone hive outside to the drone backpack behind his back. The drone was still the first to explore, and then the two descended one after the other. At the end of the stairs, there was a password door. However, the power system there had long collapsed, so Jiang Chen did not have to worry about the password. He immediately asked Garrett to set up the explosives and returned to the top of the stairs. However, when the door was blasted open, there were two explosions. An explosion came from below. Garrett successfully blew through the password door. And another explosion seemed to be from the outside. Jiang Chen and Garrett stared at each other when they heard the loud explosions outside. They both read the alertness in each other's eyes. "I'll take a look outside." Garrett loaded his rifle. "If I run into an unexpected situation, you have the approval to fire and keep the entrance guarded." Garrett took a deep breath and nodded. "Roger." After that, he maximized the power of the kinetic skeleton, and at the same time he modulated the limits of his own titanium alloy skeleton to run at the speed of a car. Jiang Chen frowned as he watched him leave. In fact, as early as when he first left Coral Island, he expected some people to follow behind him. Not to mention that several major victors that had been coveting the Golden Apple, and even the ancient families like Rothschild began to reveal their undisguised greed for the roots of the power that once helped the Third Reich. Even if they couldn't obtain the incredible technology inside, an understanding of the perspective in history told from the future would also be a reward. Compared to the former, the latter was even more attractive. The butterfly effect would completely change the timeline, with one of the three major powers declaring bankruptcy and one dying in its infancy. The only remaining one maintained an alliance on a military level without any further cooperation. Even so, the history known to the future could serve as a reference for the future development of this world. The upcoming problems could be avoided. The potential dangers could be contained in its cradle. Although this kind of political and economical awareness may not be accurate to a specific field or industry, it would be enough for an influential individual in possession of power. However, they still didn't understand what the Golden Apple really was. They were not in communication with people from future, but beings even more powerful. Those who have entered the void gave no time definition for its existence. They may have only lived for a second longer than those in the apocalypse, or they may have lived thousands of years longer than any life on Earth. For humans at the material level, they were the Spectre in pure quantum states. And for Spectre, they have no concept of death. Inside the basement, Jiang Chen saw a computer. That's right, it was really a computer. Though it was the size of a cabin and the tube exposed outside the case was as thick as an arm. If Jiang Chen wasn't mistaken, the earliest computer was created in 1946, and in that year, World War II was over. The lost technologies are just these things. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen walked inside. If the only secrets hidden inside were just these, then he just wasted 2 weeks on a meaningless tomb. As soon as he stepped into the room, the signal light on the machine turned on. The red lights lit up one by one. The hidden power system started and sent power to the machine. The shrill buzzing made Jiang Chen take a few steps back, but everything soon returned to normal. Or, it turned completely abnormal. When the hoarse current sounded, Jiang Chen's eyes widened with disbelief, and he was completely shocked. "How are you, compatriots on the alternative world line? I'm glad we're able to restore contact with you." Jiang Chen made a mistake. It was not a computer at all, but a walkie-talkie that spanned across the dimension. Boom! A dozen rounds of 40mm grenades launched through the snowstorms and the dense explosions instantly covered the entrance of the fort. The explosions blew up the snow, mixed with ice shards, and the milky smoke instantly engulfed the 9 sea lions at the door. Kill confirmed. Observed from the thermal image that the heat source disappeared, the leader spoke into the mic. "Enter the fortress." "Roger." The leader tapped on the helmet and ended the communication. At the same time, on the opposite slope, 8 figures dressed in polar camouflage stood up and moved to the entrance of the fortress with rifles. Their faces were tightly concealed, there was no national flag on their arms, and even the rifle was covered with white cloth. From their fluid tactics and actions, these people were obviously not rookies. If they were not special forces in any country, they must be experienced mercenary soldiers. However, although sea lions were not known internationally, they were not rookies either. The instant when 8 rifles with thermal imaging stepped into the white mist-covered area, gunshots suddenly erupted. The orange-yellow trajectory shredded the smoke, and without the time to duck, the 8 mercenaries were penetrated by the sea lions into sieves. The defense of the kinetic skeleton was not a joke. Although the grenade attack took everyone by surprise, at most it caused minor injuries to several unlucky guys. The initial force was completely eliminated and the unidentified force that ambushed the sea lions was caught off guard. However, they reacted quickly. Several firepower points immediately unleashed toward the entrance of the fortress. Damn! Where did these guys come from? A sea lion threw himself behind a snow pile, took the moving bunker that his comrades had thrown his way, and slammed into the ground. The tripod was nailed into the snow, and the alloy plate expanded upwards, blocking the front of the sea lion. The other few were also equally dispersed, setting up behind covers at the entrance to the fort and fired back. The cold temperature even made the gunshots turn less accurate. In such adverse weather, the ballistic trajectory of the bullets drifted as the bullets freely flew in the screaming snowstorm. The tracer's ballistic trajectory has drawn an elusive arc on the open space between the 2 sides. Even the Sea Lion's Reaper assault rifle offered little advantages. The opposition was at a complete advantage in terms of numbers. From the information on the life detection device, there were more than 100 people and more than 10 times the Sea Lions there. The Sea Lions were better equipped, whether it was heat source shield or the bulletproof ability of the kinetic skeleton. What the hell is this? Canes, what is going on outside? Who are they? Having ran to the fortress door, Garrett quickly entered the battle. Leaning back against the gate, he yelled in the communication channel. The man who was called Canes was the deputy leader of the Sea Lions Special Forces. But at the moment, he was also confused. He did not understand who they were fighting. I want to know too. But I think we can only know if we win. They have too many people. If they go around our wings, we will be in trouble. And we still don't know if they have any reinforcements. A sea lion said. I hope not. Whoosh. Suddenly a screech interrupted the man's words, and the explosion rang in the battlefield. The splattered snow splashed all over Garrett and the other sea lion's face. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Oh, sh*t, they're not afraid to cause an avalanche. As he spoke, another mortar was fired. The explosion caused great trouble for the sea lions, but fortunately because of this snowstorm, the other side's shells practically all missed. But sooner or later their good luck would run out. Garrett did not panic, he captured the position of the enemy units from the life detection device and calmly gave instructions to the team. Cairns, you take 2 people from this side and go around the wings. Leon, you go to the hillside in the middle of 4 o'clock with your sniper rifle. The rest of you stay here with me. Tell them with our guns, who the real elites are. Roger. B. World line. Looking at the bronze machinery, Jiang Chen murmured. To his surprise, the opposite seemed to be able to hear his voice. There was no real sound in the empty enclosure. The metal-like friction sound seemed to be directly communicated to his mind. This kind of communication across dimension was surreal, too surreal to be described by words. But Jiang Chen knew was that when he stood there, he could heard and be heard. As simple as that. Yes, be world line. The frictions of the metal made that voice sound cold, but he couldn't hear the emotions in that voice. If we define our pastime as A, then you are B, and there are hundreds of thousands of C, D, E. Parallel lines that never intersect now connected together because of a failed voyage, and it made us into a non-existent but ubiquitous specter. Is this codebook your masterpiece? If you can see what I have in my hand, Jiang Chen took out the codebook from the storage space. I said, we are everywhere. From the perspective of the void to the three-dimensional world, everything here is like writings on paper, the voice said. The void is at which dimension? The void is not a universe in which matter exists. It is neither positive nor negative. It is a destabilizing factor in the gap. Therefore, we do not have the concept of dimensions. There is no concept of dimensions. Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed with the concept. It was enough to make him understand the concept of dimensions. Now this man. The specter in this quantum state told him that he did not have the concept of dimensions. Then, how can I refer you? You can call me nothing, you can call me ghost, or specter. Then I will refer you as specter. Jiang Chen collected his thoughts, and asked the question boggling in his mind. I want to know why you broadcasted Klein particles to Earth. Do you have any purpose? Of course there is a purpose, Spectre replied with a dull voice. We choose a spokesperson to guide civilization in the right direction, welcome the final battle on Doomsday, and finally defeat the heresy. This is our purpose. The heresy, you mean? Jiang Chen had an enlightenment. All the clues were strung together by a rope and finally completed the puzzle. These remnants of the void spent countless effort to transform and guide the history of the world. They used the lure called the golden apple to shake the wings of the butterfly. The neighbor 20.5 light-years away had started the journey with us at the same time, but met a completely different fate. Spectre replied softly, confirming Jiang Chen's speculation. However, what still puzzled him was their motives for doing so. But why? He asked his confusion. If you have been imprisoned in the void and has interfered with what happened in a three-dimensional universe, what's in it for you? According to Lin Lin's point of view, they were locked up in the void and it was unknown to the outside world. Where there was no concept of time, they had long since become non-physical specters. And since they became this form, the connection to the real world should also be broken. If you ask for motives, then we may have to disappoint you. The bronze machine was like a pair of eyes that peep out of the void, staring at the small person in front of him with no grief and dismay. Without any reason, it is just because when we died as pure human. If you fade away, the significance of us as specters will also dissipate, so we hope that you will survive. We have selected a dictator. In our opinion, only the dictatorial regime has the determination to battle with the heresy. However, regrettably, the plan failed. The technology we gifted to them did not reverse the course of the war. The gap between the electric age and the atomic age is not only reflected in physics, but also reflected in scientific thinking. The manufacturing process of the atomic bomb was given to them, but until the last moment, they only completed the enrichment of uranium. As Spectre was saying this, Jiang Chen remembered the U-boat found in the New Zealand trenches and the suitcases inside. If the Third Reich completed it 1 year earlier, even if it had completed this miracle weapon half a year earlier, history would probably have taken a different course in the other direction. If we have not guessed wrong, you should already know what happened later. When Jiang Chen heard this sentence, he could feel that eyes were looking at him through the bronze machine. Gulping, he slowly nodded and replied. Yes. Silence lasted 2 seconds and a slight tremor came from the ceiling. Jiang Chen suddenly looked up, and some dust fell, causing him subconsciously to take 2 steps back. From the sound of this explosion, there was a battle outside, but who could it be? There is not much time left to us. The Klein particles in the void is becoming too thin. Sometimes unilaterally speaking is really helpless, but the good thing is that you found here. Although I don't know why, but you can hear every note that I say, without the help of the golden apple. The metal tone whispered the final words. Then, since you are the only one who can find here, we should gift you the last hope. The last hope? What are you planning to give me? Jiang Chen glanced at the ceiling. Large chunks began to fall from above. It seems that the battle above was turning more fierce. A special gift, it weighs about 1 gram. We used half a century of time to send it from the void to the reality. The searchlight on the top of the machine was lit and the light scattered in the basement. An old-fashioned looking suitcase appeared. However, Jiang Chen did not have any doubt that what is contained inside would be incredible. We call it antimatter. The battle on the surface was extremely intense. Whoever said the group may have backup certainly jinxed it. This group of unknown armed forces really had reinforcements. Although they were not better equipped than the Sea Lions, the weapons in the group were also elite. Not only were the rifles suited to the snowy conditions, but also various grenade launchers, rocket launchers, and mortars were available. They were caught off guard and by surprise, and the squad that tried to flank the wing was attacked and had lost contact. A soldier who was at the door was shot in the head and killed. In desperation, Garrett had to order to retreat the defense and pull back into the tunnel. The old German equipment stacked on the side entrance became handy. The tank with the Iron Cross emblem was dragged out. Although the machine gun was no longer functional, it was more than enough to serve as a cover. *T. Are they on crack or cocaine? Blood was on his forehead. Garrett gnashed his teeth and reloaded a clip behind the tank. He leaned out and fired back. They started the battle with 10 people, there were now only 5 left. Leon's whereabouts was unknown, and Keynes took 2 soldiers to defend the wing and their fate was most likely a tragic one. The opposite soldiers seemed to be endless. At least 10 people had fallen under his gun, but the other party did not intend to withdraw at all. Thinking about his brothers who had fallen, Garrett's pupils shone with anger. There was no doubt that they had been forced to a dead end. Just then, they suddenly heard footsteps that echoed from the tunnel they were protecting. The footsteps were heavy and powerful, accompanied by the impact of steel. Looking at what was coming out of the shadows, Garrett's eyes widened. Not only him, but other soldiers also stared at the figure deep in the tunnel and became speechless. Don't look at me like that, I found this inside. It was the power armor. Garrett knew because he received relevant training. How could a power armor appear here? There was no explanation, or the need for an explanation. Jiang Chen waved his arm to his back before he deployed the minigun it cupped on his right arm. The flying bullets only left shallow white marks on his front armor that did not cause any damage. After taking a glance at the wounded soldier behind cover, he looked at the raging fire coming from the tunnel entrance, then a menacing smile appeared on his face. The game is just now starting. We lost contact with Team A. I repeat, we lost contact with Team A. Damn it, what kind of monster is that? Get the bazooka. Quick. *T. Itch, my leg. The battlefield was reversed in an instant. Jiang Chen's team, who was originally forced into a dead end, suddenly reappeared as a steel monster. The bullets that hit him barely scratched him, and the minigun on his arm shredded any flesh that attempted to stop him. The radio was filled with the sound of gunfire. After the defense was broken, there was the screams of the soldiers, and then a jumbled static sound. On this polar expedition vessel several tens of kilometers away, everyone in the temporary command post fell silent. According to the frontline news, they could only draw one conclusion. The mission failed. At the same time, there was a question in everyone's hearts. The poisonous Arrow Mercenary Corps was part of the Arrow military. One of the top-ranked mercenary groups widely active in hot spots such as Ukraine and Syria. Whether it was equipment or tactics, the poisonous Arrow Mercenary Corps could be considered impeccable elites. However, what exactly happened that turned the originally advantageous situation into a one-sided massacre in a matter of seconds? Could it be? Inside the vessel, everyone looked at each other and everyone saw deep concern from the other person's eyes. Could it be that Jiang Chen had found something in that fortress, such as the miracle weapon that the Nazis had not yet used? It's ridiculous. A lanky Jewish man threw his hat on the table and pulled his collar, starting to feel irritated. Fergus, go lower the air conditioner, it's too hot. Yes. The man who was called Fergus took a deep breath, nodded nervously, and walked toward the remote control by the window. At the same time, there was a harsh fricative sound from the radio, as if someone picked up a mic from the ground. A moment later, a hoarse voice transmitted, and everyone in the room held their breath. Buzz, oh, good evening. Silence lasted for a few seconds and no one responded. Not talking to me? It seems that you are not going to say hello to me. It doesn't matter. I will find you. In addition, congratulations to you. If you started this party to provoke me, then you have already succeeded. Communication was cut off and silence lasted in the cabin for a long time until deep anxiety and panic creeped into everyone's heart. We must get out of here right now. The thin Jewish man got up and left his seat. Leave now. Calm down, Mr. Oliver. The man who sat at the top of the table reverberated. He's just bluffing. He can't position us just by radio. Oliver smiled and shrugged. Calm down. Yes. Then? What should we do next? The cabin fell into silence again. Yes, what should we do next? After a long absence, the man who sat at the top of the table spoke again. They are still in Antarctica. We'll request reinforcements from the headquarters. In any case, we must acquire the golden apple. Yes. Everyone there agreed. Dismiss for now. The man waved his hand. All of them pulled their chairs up and left the meeting table. The man leaned against the seat and stroked the knuckle of his right hand. On his index finger, he wore a uniquely shaped ring engraved with two inverted letter verses and an uppercase G inscribed in the middle. Jiang Chen smashed the mic into the ground and stood up from the snow. The roaring wind wrapped the ice flakes and scratched the shell of the power armor. Behind him, blood dyed this white snow field into a terrifying redness. Corpses collapsed in the pool of blood, and their rifles scattered on the ground against T-3 power armor's high mobility and light weapons protection. These unknown armed forces did not have a fighting chance. Because they were fighting in the polar environment, they did not expect to encounter a heavy armored unit. The only two rocket launchers that could pose a threat to the power armor were quickly destroyed by Jiang Chen's minigun. When Jiang Chen was beating the mercenaries, the remaining 5 sea lions were not standing around. They followed behind Jiang Chen and launched an assault on the group of unknown armed forces. Their comrades died one after another. These people finally became scared and began to withdraw. However, Jiang Chen would not let them escape and quickly finished the polar armored vehicles with rockets. They could only escape on foot. However, it would be nonsense to outrun a power armor just on foot. Especially in snow. What happened next could already be guessed. The unknown armed forces that scattered and fled fell into pools of blood in Jiang Chen's pursuit. To his surprise, people escaped, but no one surrendered. He tried to catch 1 or 2 captives, even if they couldn't disclose their employers, he could at least ask them what mercenary group they were from, and then follow the evidence. Unfortunately, all those who lost their combat ability chose suicide without exception. From the very beginning, they did not intend to become prisoners. Not far away, sea lions were cleaning the battlefield. The bodies were taken to the polar car and transported into the fortress. They found an empty room, and the bodies were thrown in and gasoline was poured over them. A total of 200 people without any clues to their identity. They are mercenaries and their identities cannot be confirmed. With his rifle, Garrett walked beside Jiang Chen. Although they won, the veteran's face couldn't see any sign of relief. When they came, they were 10 people. Now, there were only 5 left. The deputy captain, Keynes, along with his brothers were all people he selected. It will be confirmed soon. Jiang Chen smiled, opened the holographic screen, and pushed the map to Garrett. Looking at the red dot on the map, Garrett was shocked and asked. This is... It is the position of their command post. They won't be able to guess we can track the radio signal. Just a few seconds after talking to the other party's command center, Jiang Chen has already positioned them on the map. For the time being, it could be confirmed that they were located at the sea near Ross Bay. Due to the Sky IX-1 satellite not being able to capture the images in Antarctica, they couldn't track where they were exactly. However, that's okay. He'll make a trip down regardless. I'm going to kill them. Garrett said while gritting his teeth. No, you take your people back to the station first. Then, Jiang Chen looked northward. I will personally go and greet them. But, Garrett also wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. This is an order. Jiang Chen stared at Garrett with an incontestable look, then turned to the polar vehicle. The polar vehicle raced on the snowfield, leaving a flurry of snowflakes and ice shards behind its trail. Jiang Chen was in control of the steering wheel and scanned the yellow dot on the GPS. There were more than 100 kilometers in distance. With his current speed, it would be possible to reach it in an hour or so. He had taken off the power armor and was thrown into the back seat of the car. When he was far away, he moved it into the storage dimension. There was also a suitcase that was supposed to contain 1 gram of antimatter. He also moved that into the storage dimension. After directly passing Wilkes Place and arriving at the shore of George V, Jiang Chen gradually slowed down, pressed the button to open the trunk, and tapped the watch to call out the holographic screen. The trunk opened, exposing the drone terminal hidden in it, as well as a fixed-wing drone about the size of 1 person, the Falcon Z-2 manufactured by Camp 27. On the way, Jiang Chen stopped the car and replaced the drone terminal in the trunk of the polar vehicle. The Hummingbird drone's detection capability was mainly in close range. If the target was located in the vast sea, a fixed-wing drone was much more efficient. Falcon Z-2 flew towards the Ross Sea and soon reached the target area. As Jiang Chen expected, the target had already left its original position. However, it didn't matter. Only 2 hours passed since the end of the communication. Even if the ship accelerated and went from 0 to 20 knots in 2 hours, it would at most move 60 or 70 kilometers. Jiang Chen parked the vehicle alongside the snow-capped coast. He leaned over and petted the little penguin. Then he focused his attention on the watch connected to the drone terminal. The Falcon circled the target sea for 2 laps and quickly locked in on the target. It was a polar expedition vessel and it looked just like any other expedition vessel from the outside, but when the Falcon Z-2 opened its life detection device, it found nearly 200 lives on the vessel. For a polar expedition ship, it was obviously abnormal to have so many on board. Having determined the target, Jiang Chen immediately removed the amphibious kinetic skeleton for diving from the storage dimension and put it on top of his winter clothes. After checking the equipment, he took a deep breath and dove into the sea. The chilling cold was blocked outside of the winter clothes. Jiang Chen opened the back of the propulsion device and maintained a depth of about 5 meters as he moved straight to the location on the map. In the control room, Griffin sat at the table and looked at the black circle on the map marked in the center of the Antarctic. His eyebrows gradually twisted together. There was the legacy of the Third Reich, and treasure sought after by the Freemasonry for nearly a century. I didn't expect that he actually cracked the code. It seems that Mr. Rothschild is right. Jiang Chen really is not a simple character. With fingers tapping on the map, Griffin leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Since Mr. Rothschild has already told you that Jiang Chen is not a simple character, I don't really understand why you're asking for your own death. An icy edge was pressed against his neck and Griffin suddenly froze. He didn't know when the man covered in black suddenly appeared behind him with a dagger on his throat. I advise you not to do anything that will hurt yourself, the man in black said with a smile and pressed the dagger against him even harder. Feeling the sharpness piercing his skin, a cold drip of sweat rolled down. He slowly took out the pistol from his right pocket and put it on the table. Who are you? Who am I? The man in black laughed. Shouldn't you first introduce yourself first before asking for another person's name? Griffin Turtles, head of the French Antarctic expedition, the dagger against his throat was even closer and Griffin paused with a trembling voice. Don't waste my time, the man said impatiently. Antarctic expedition ship? You need to carry guns and bullets to visit Antarctica. I'm asking you for the last time, who are you and why did you attack me? Are you Jiang Chen? Griffin blinked in shock. Jiang Chen tightened the dagger in his hand and said without emotion, I'll cut off your right ear on the count of 3, and then I'll count again. You are playing with fire. Do you know who you are against? 1. However, Jiang Chen did not pay attention to him. A cold sweat fell from Griffin's forehead. Don't do this. 2. His hands began to tremble, and large drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Disregarding all of this, Jiang Chen counted the last number. 3. It's the Freemasonry. Let me go, let me go. I'm just being instructed, Griffin confessed his identity. Freemasonry? What is that? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised and frowned. When Jiang Chen intended to ask something further, the door of the captain's room suddenly began to creep. At the same time, there was a sound that sounded like a balloon leaking. Jiang Chen looked at Griffin and saw no more fear in his eyes. Instead, a fanatical smile appeared on his face. Obviously, the expression he just had on was all made up. Taking advantage of Jiang Chen's slight confusion, he pressed the switch on his watch. The room was sealed off and what looked like sprinklers on the ceiling began to spray gas. Let's go see Satan together. Griffin laughed gloomily, ignoring the blade against his throat. Looking at Griffin without fear, Jiang Chen smiled slyly and put away the dagger. Simple tricks. 3 high-explosive grenades fell to the ground. In front of Griffin's face, Jiang Chen started the optical invisibility on the kinetic skeleton and disappeared. Then, under Griffin's horrified gaze, he initiated interdimensional travel and escaped the room. Boom! The blasted flame ignited the gas and triggered a more violent explosion. An almost physical heat wave blasted away the windows and doors and brought thick white smoke onto the deck. The crew members that accidentally got burnt mourned and fell on the ground. The first officer hurriedly directed the crew to extinguish the fire. The mercenaries on board were heavily armed and rushed to the control room where the explosion occurred. However, they had not yet approached the stairs before they were forced back by the bullet storm falling from the sky. The bullets jumped between the steel walls and played a ping-pong symphony. With orange-red trails blazing, Jiang Chen walked out of the smoke. The steel armor was like the Hell Knight's armor, wielding a scythe called bullets and harvesting the life of the living creatures. Mixed with the sound of gunshots were screams and howls. In order to avoid the firing of the machine gun, the crew on deck frantically jumped into the sea. However, jumping down into the sea full of ice was no different from suicide. Without being able to swim for more than 10 meters, they would lose consciousness because of the cold and eventually sink to the bottom of the sea and die. Go to hell. A mercenary took out the rocket launcher and pressed the trigger. 10 more orange trajectories penetrated the mercenary's body without any suspense. Behind the propelling engine, Jiang Chen quickly and easily avoided the unguided rocket and lifted up the machine gun. Blood flowed from the bow to the stern. When the gun smoke from the minigun dissipated, no living person could be seen on the entire deck. Next was the cabin. The attackers were poisonous Arrow mercenaries, belonging to the Arrow military registered in Madagascar. While on this topic, the company certainly had previous conflicts with Xian. Country F had hired its military operations to take military action against Xian in an open attempt to kidnap Jiang Chen. Although the team dispatched to Koro Island was wiped out on the island, Jiang Chen later dismembered the reckless nation through Moro's liberation movement, but for this military company in Africa, he had never been too concerned about them. This time, they were employed by the Freemasonry and attacked Jiang Chen and the others in Antarctica. 5 sea lions were killed and the remaining 5 were also suffered varying degrees of injuries. However, the blood debt was already paid. After interrogating information from several prisoners with the truth serum, Jiang Chen ended their misery. After cleaning up the electronic equipment on the polar expedition vessel with EMP and eliminating the possibility of being positioned, Jiang Chen set the sail of the ship to the far sea. After setting down the speedboat and installing explosives on the deck to sink the ship, he went back to the polar vehicle. Then he drove back to the camp. With the questions from the head of the research team on the casualties of the Sea Lions Special Forces, Jiang Chen did not make any response but merely stated that they had encountered a storm. Although the wounds on Garrett and the others didn't look like hail caused them. After returning to the Antarctic Gull Station, Jiang Chen returned directly to the boat and locked himself in his own room. Freemasonry, Rothschild, Arrow, the Golden Apple, 1 gram of antimatter. All these words entangled. He needed time to sort out these intelligences and think about future countermeasures. Freemasonry. Jiang Chen clutched the ring in his hand and observed the pattern above. The ring was taken from Griffin's hand, with 2 opposite V characters and a capital G in the middle. Just looking at this pattern, Jiang Chen couldn't find any clues at all, so he thought it must be the symbol of the Freemasonry. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen put the ring aside. What was certain was that there must be a connection between Rothschild and the Freemasonry, and it was very likely that Rothschild had told the Freemasons the purpose of his trip. This could be deduced from Griffin's own words. At this time, knocking filled the room. "Who is it?" "It's me, Marshall." Marshall's voice came from the other side of the door. "Come in. The door is not locked." Opening the door, Marshall entered the room. He then nervously looked at Jiang Chen. Anyone would be nervous, especially seeing the wounded special forces and the 5 dead bodies that were put into body bags, and he had no clue what these people had done after being out for nearly 24 hours. "Are you looking for me?" Jiang Chen looked at Marshall and he read the nervousness from his pupils. However, Jiang Chen didn't mind. He revealed a comforting smile. After a pause, he said in a mild tone, "Prepare. We'll leave for Coral Island in 5 hours." With a short pause, Marshall then asked, "What about the research team?" "Carry on," said Jiang Chen. The goal of the Freemasonry was only him. There was no reason to attack the station and make international headlines. If he stayed there, it would bring danger to the people of the station. The only thing he had to do now was to return to Xian as soon as possible. Only there could he be considered absolutely safe. But, although there were many questions to be asked, Marshall's intuition told that it was better not to say anything superfluous at this time. The more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. The movies always said this. Yes. All his questions came out as a single word. Marshall nodded and left the room. The next morning, Pathfinder was ready to make its return. After that happened, the people of the research team were deeply disturbed. This uneasiness stemmed from the fear of the unknown. They did not know what Jiang Chen encountered in the Antarctic hinterland, nor were they sure if they would encounter it themselves. After some thought, Jiang Chen decided to order a temporary evacuation of the station. Although the Freemasonry had no reason to make use of the ordinary scientific researchers, since they were planning to explore the fortress in the Antarctic hinterland, they were bound to land at Point Goodenough. The two sides still had a chance to meet. Just over a month from June, the polar night would make the Antarctic extremely cold and the climate there would no longer be suitable for scientific research. The evacuation would only be a month or so earlier than the planned end date. After locking the device, He Gaoyang boarded the polar expedition ship at last. Captain Marshall pulled up the anchor chain and ordered the Pathfinder to set sail to end the short trip to the South Pole ahead of schedule. As for what kind of danger he had encountered in Antarctica, Jiang Chen's explanation was that he had encountered heavily armed kidnappers. Those people knew that he would go to Antarctica, so they deliberately waited for him in the South Pole. Very far-fetched reason. He didn't know whether such explanations would be convincing, but it at least could reduce unnecessary speculation. After returning, he would order people to sign a confidentiality agreement with the members of the research team and the crews of the Pathfinder. The 2-week voyage was very long, but it was also very peaceful. Jiang Chen had originally thought that he would be chased by the Freemasonry, but other than a few storms, they did not encounter any trouble. Griffin's ship had sunk and the Freemasonry didn't even know that Jiang Chen and the others had left the South Pole. When they finally find out about Griffin's death, it would be 2 weeks later. Searching for the sinking polar expedition vessel may take several days or even months depending on their luck. Even if they learn through intelligence analysis that Jiang Chen had left Antarctica, they would have to face two choices: whether to search for Jiang Chen in the Pacific Ocean or to devote all their energy in investigating the fortress in the Antarctic hinterland. But any normal person would not choose the former, because it would almost be impossible to complete the task. Even if satellites were used, it would an easy task to locate a research vessel that was only 100 meters long on the vast sea. But if they choose the latter, they would be destined to find nothing. The suitcase containing antimatter had been taken away by Jiang Chen. Other than the stacks of equipment that could directly enter the museum, only the radio station that could communicate with the remnants of the void remained. Jiang Chen did not take the radio station away. The Spectre clearly told him that they do not have enough energy to interfere in the more distant future. And that 1 gram of antimatter was the ultimate help they could give to the people of B-World Line. After removing some of the parts, he left the basement. Leaving the radio station, there could, on the contrary, confuse the Freemasonry and deprive them of some of their energy that would be spent on the machine that had already lost its functionality. However, compared to the troubles from them, Jiang Chen cared more about what he received from the void. The antimatter weighing about 1 gram may be their hope.